uh, let me be the first to welcome everyone to the 2021 IR4 Food Use Workshop. This is our second year where we've done this workshop in a virtual format. For prior years, we've done this in a face-to-face. So we're learning, and hopefully we can make some improvements on the success we had last year, but we'll start with that. My name is Jerry Barron, and I'm Executive Director for Project. And it's really my pleasure to be here this morning and not only welcoming you and providing some. Sorry. All, could you please mute your microphones during the course? It's my pleasure to moderate this session this morning, as well as to provide an update of what's going on within the IR4 project. So without further ado, let me.
Can't I hear anything?
Someone's just said they can't hear anything. If someone could write in the chat, maybe have that person log off and try logging back in, because I think most of the 115 people that are on are hearing okay. Let me go ahead and turn it over to, well, I forgot one important thing. I want to thank our sponsors. Obviously, our costs are a little bit different in this day and age doing these virtuals versus when we have them in person, but this still is a costly venue. We get some support from the Fountainworks group to make this happen, and we could not do it without the contributions, the generous contributions of our sponsors. And this is a listing of the group that's here that have stepped up and provided resources to help make this workshop a success. If you're a company and you don't see your name here, there's always room for us to modify this slide, because you will be seeing this slide many times during the course of the venue. So by all means, please, if you want to join on as a sponsor, please send me a private chat and we'll make that happen. But Maddie, let me turn it over to you and maybe go through a few things.
Sounds good. Thanks, Jerry. So as we get started today, we just have a couple of sort of housekeeping things we want to take care of. First, some virtual etiquette. A lot of you have done so already, but it'd be really helpful if everyone can name themselves according to their first and last name and affiliation. So you can do that by clicking the participants box at the bottom of your Zoom toolbar, finding your name, clicking the more drop-down arrow, and just click rename, and you can type your first and last name and your affiliation. That'll just help us know who's who as we go throughout this workshop. One other note is by default, everyone entered on mute, and we're asking folks to stay on mute unless they are presenting or one of the ones talking. This will just help minimize disruption. Of course, we do want to make sure that everyone does get a chance to participate, especially as we start going through the project. So if you do have a question, feel free to type the word Q in the chat box. Once we get to the project list, we'll make sure that everyone gets a chance to talk, and at that point we will go through the queue list in the chat and make sure folks are called on and can unmute themselves then. As we start today, we'll have a couple of presenters, and if you have any questions for them, just please make sure that we're holding them until the end. You can of course type Q in the chat during their presentation, but we'll save questions until the end of those first presentations. We'll go to the next slide. Few more ground rules. First, we ask that everyone is just mindful of the time. Our agenda over the next couple days does give us some flexibility, but ultimately we do want to end up with our list of A nominations. So just be mindful of that. Again, we want to make sure everyone has an opportunity to participate and speak. By muting people and calling on folks through the queue, our hope is to minimize interruptions and just make sure that no one is talking over one another. We also ask that you listen openly and ask genuine questions. It is totally okay to have differing opinions. We just ask that everyone is respectful. one more thing before we go to the next slide is just making sure that if you're having any technical problems, have issues connecting to audio, etc., feel free to send a message in the chat to anyone whose name is Fountainworks. So that's myself, Laura Robinson, and Mason Chambly, and we can get you sorted. We'll go to the next slide. This is just something to pay attention to as we go throughout the workshop. We'll have space for an as-needed breakout room. You might, throughout the course of the next few days, get a notification that says that a breakout room is open. So just being mindful that this is for, if there's any conversation or discussions that start going a little bit long, or that maybe the whole group may not need to be involved in, we will wait for the moderator to tell us when to move to that room. And at that point, we'll provide instructions on how to move to that room. And that'll just help us, similar to if we were in person, that would mean basically just a smaller group of folks is going off and having a conversation so that the rest of the workshop can continue. With that, I will pass it back to Jerry. Thank you very much. And again, if you have any trouble, feel free to message anyone named Fountainworks.
All right. Thank you, Maddie, and thanks to the rest of the Fountainwork team to helping us successfully run this workshop. So the first speaker I would like to introduce this morning is the chair of the IR4 Project Management Committee. And if those of you aren't aware, that that group serves as not only a board of directors, but some technical policy decision-making for the group. He's also a entomologist at Michigan State University, a tree fruit entomologist. He's grown up within the IR4 system, starting as a field research director and moving on to regional office and now as chair of the Project Management Committee. So let me, without further delay, introduce Dr. John Weiss to also provide an introduction. So John, off to you.
Okay, thank you and good morning, everybody. Jerry, I'll just make a quick comment that you were breaking up a little bit. I think it was okay, but I just want you to know that there was some audio breaking up periodically. I also just briefly have a short question for Maddie. Maddie, can I assume that during the presentations this morning that you will, as a host, you will actually manually mute people if they're not already muted? There may be other times when that's not as practical, but am I correct?
Yes, that's correct. So if we do pick up background noise, we'll be making sure to mute folks.
Okay, that's great. And then if you do manually mute somebody, and then we're at a later point when they should have the audio on, do they just unmute their phone and their audio, and that will automatically bring them back to audio live?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, great. Well, again, good morning, everybody. This is, as you all know, an important week for IR4 in the food program. We do this annually. We know that this is a cooperative effort. We know that this is the process that prioritizes projects that ultimately result in opportunities of pest control options for especially crop growers of the United States and elsewhere. So we know how important it is. It's exciting to be here and participate because we know that it is sort of the beginning of the next annual cycle, which a lot of work has to occur, not only with the IR4 family, also with our registrant collaborators, also with ARS, also with the EPA, also with stakeholders. So it's a big group that has to work together, and we do so because the process really, this kind of process really results in good outcomes. We've seen this over the years, and we have confidence in the process. However, we also know that we have limited resources. Jerry, I think, will speak to some optimism for the near future and some improvements in that regard, but we know we have limited resources and high level of demand. And so I'll just remind us, we know, but let's just remind ourselves that we have to speak up about the things that are important to us, but we also have to be frugal and generous to each other so that everybody ultimately wins and proceeds to the next year, and we continue to chip away at the things that are important. So we know this, but we have to remind ourselves because there's a limited amount of time, limited amount of resources, and a lot of nominations that people are passionate about. So that's my quick comment on that regard. Everybody should have an agenda, but briefly, we have this morning, after this introduction, opportunity for Jerry Barron to give us an IR4 project update. We then will have a commodity liaison update, and then we'll have an EPA update. I think those three updates in particular, I think we want to be mindful of being muted so that those speakers are not interrupted. What happens starting this afternoon is a process that will be the same for the three primary disciplines. Weed science goes first, and we'll begin with first round prioritization of residue and product performance nominations, and then continue with integrated solutions. What then following into Tuesday, we finish the weed science. If you can advance the, well, you don't have to advance if it's not there. I would just say that going into Tuesday, we finish up the weed science, and the process begins again with plant entomology, and again following those same sequence, and then going into later into Tuesday is the plant pathology, and then Wednesday, when all that is wrapped up, we go into the breakout sessions. But I just want to just outline that briefly so that everybody knows that we start from a disciplinary focus. Then ultimately we got to go to breaking out amongst the regions and trying to make some decisions about top priorities. And then we all come back together at the end, and we don't know if that will end on Wednesday or Thursday, and really come down to a list that matches what we have available in funding, in A priorities, and what follows. So let's do this in a way that everybody is heard, everybody can speak clearly what their priorities are, but we're also mindful that we all have to work together to distribute with the resources we have the priorities that ultimately will lead into projects next year. That is all I have. Unless there are questions, I will hand it back to our Executive Director, Jerry Barron.
Any questions for John? If you have questions, just hit a Q in the chat box, and you'll be unmuted. Okay. Well, thank you, John, for that good overview and a good kickoff to the meeting. I guess I'm up now to give an update of the IR4 food use workshop, or an update at the IR4 food use workshop. Before I go into this in any detail, and you can just leave it at that particular slide, I just want to acknowledge some behind the scenes support for this workshop by some of the team here at IR4 headquarters. Well, while there's many people involved, and over the course of the next few days, you'll hear their names, I just want to give you some of the back office support people's names, starting with Crystal Felinoski. She's National Chief of Staff, and she's jumped in and gotten quite a few of these things coordinated, managed, and hopefully the smoothness that you'll see this workshop all comes as a fruit of Crystal's efforts. John Weiss, who is our communications manager, she's kept all the slide decks and many other things ongoing, so she's here. Tayshawn Jones, also one of our business associates, very much involved in making sure the workshop goes as great as we're hoping it will go. And then, of course, you have some of the technical expertise that in behind the scenes, Jimmy Brutus, Susan Beerbrunner. Jimmy's relatively new. This is his first workshop, but he should be able to do real well because Susan, who's been with us now for over a decade, is really schooled Jimmy and showed him the right way of doing things. So thanks, Susan, for getting Jimmy prepared for this one. And I'm sure he'll do a great job. So with that, let me go ahead and start the overview. So the topics I want to just touch on a little bit over the next bit of time is IR4's research for 2020 and 2021 and how we fared under the COVID-19 environment. Our accomplishments and activities in those two respective years. IR4 headquarters relocation, the status of IR4 funding. I've been asked to speak a little bit about integrated solutions, provide a little bit better explanation of what we're doing, what we're trying to accomplish, and just finishing up on what our plans now for next year's food use workshop. Okay, so why don't we go ahead and kick the first slide. The next slide. So those of you with the companies or maybe some of the regional meetings, you've probably seen this slide before. It's a little bit more descriptive because it has the year 2020. But when I've been making presentations, I've been really basically saying that in 2020, our field research was completed with limited issues. We did have some shutdowns in certain labs, but for the most part, the labs were operational with a few exceptions. QA kept up most of their inspections and audits. Headquarters worked mostly from home, but would come in at time to take information back and forth. And companies and EPA had delays in processing IR4 actions. So that's what I was going out in 2020. So if you hit the next slide, it's more of an update for 2020-21. It hasn't been as rosy in 2021 as it was in 2020. In fact, we've lost trials this year due to field research directors being exposed to COVID-19, coming down with COVID-19, not being able to do critical phases of their studies. And basically, we lost trials. We scrambled to keep that to a minimum, but obviously it happened. It's not a huge number that happened, but the plain fact of the matter is, we were saying last year, the only thing we lost was when a company couldn't submit test substance. This year, we actually had some impact. As far as the labs go, we still have some of our labs remaining closed. So for example, the Agriculture Research Service labs, they've had some limitations of how much work they can do. It's been off and on in some cases. Our regional labs, the same issue. It's been, a hit or miss in some cases. Some labs have just continue to operate as normal. For example, the Western Region lab has gone out there and just kept up their operations. The bottom line is with our labs being a sometimes shut down, there's been further delays in some of our timelines. So there's not much we can do because we have to operate under the requirements of our host institutions. The good news is QA continues to keep up with inspections and audits. If we can avoid the nasty weathers, things go on. We just heard this morning, due to the next hurricane that's going to be coming into the Gulf Coast, some scheduled QA audits are put on the back burner. It's just nature of the beast, but it's been challenging to say the least with some of the wild weather we've had this year. Headquarters, and in this case, I'm referring to the North Carolina office. we're mostly back to in-person. When I say mostly back is, some people are working on a hybrid work environment. They're coming in 3 days, 4 days a week and working at home one other day of the week or 2 other days of the week. But people are coming in, interacting, having some face-to-face meetings, some interaction. So things are getting, what we would call the normal. As far as the companies and EPA goes, so I'll just first acknowledge that the delays that EPA had in their front end in receiving packages, they had a significant backlog. They cleared that up earlier this year. That's, as far as I know, that's gone now. They no longer have a front end backlog, so they're processing things as appropriate. The companies have come back to work in some degree or another in person. So that whole avenue of company and EPA responding to IR4 is a much better situation now. Next slide. So this is just some of the numbers of IR4's activities and accomplishments over the last couple of years. I'll just start out with approvals, and we track 2 really distinct numbers when we talk about approvals in the food crop area. That is tolerances that EPA establishes, and then how that extrapolates to registrations. In 2020, we reported 107 new tolerances, which equaled 573 new registrations. In 2021, partial year, we're up to 83 tolerances and 431 registrations. So we're on track for a relatively similar year that what we experienced in 2020. Likely will be a little bit higher than 2020. As far as food residue projects, 72 studies and 416 trials in 2020. For 2021, 62 studies and 371 trials. So you can see that we had a reduction in both the number of studies and the number of field trials. That continues to be a problem with this program because of the flat funding, and I'll get into that a little bit more, but it's been a continued problem. As far as priorities or product performance work, 44 projects, 88 field trials in 2020. It was up to 66 projects and 123 trials in 2021. Integrated solutions, 7 new projects, 7 carryover in 2020. In 2021, we had 13 new projects and 7 carryover. So, we have more new projects. As far as submissions to EPA, 22 chemistries in 2020, 13 chemistries in 2021, and that answered 126 and 83 project requests respectively in the 2 years. Put some numbers up provided by Dr. Christy Palmer, the Environmental Hort Project Manager, as far as registrations and impacted crops for the Environmental Hort Program. 4 registrations, 690 impacted crops in 2020, 1 registration, 950 impacted crops in 2021. As far as submissions to the companies, 24 in 2020 and 10 in 2021. A few more protocols in 2021, actually quite a bit more protocols, 53 in 2021 and 28 in 2020. And as far as studies go, there were 473 studies in 2020 and 405 in 2021. And you can see the respective number of field trials associated with the study. So all in all, we continue to have a very active research program in both program areas, and we continue to produce deliverables to the specialty crop growers. Next, please. So this last year has been a watershed year. A lot of activities, a lot of energy has been expended to manage the relocation of IR4 project headquarters from its long-term home at Rutgers University to its new home at North Carolina State University. The Rutgers site is essentially closed. There's a skeleton staff still working there, mainly just to dismantle shelvings and turn away or turn off fire suppression systems and ship out furniture, so on and so forth. I just want to at this point recognize Debbie Carpenter for the role she's played in keeping this together and making sure that this all gets done in an orderly fashion. But probably more importantly, to the team up there. The team up there has been quite remarkable, what they've done, how they've done it, keeping work on going up to recently, and then, at the same time, doing what they needed to do to help in the transition, help train their new colleagues down at NC State. So again, I just want to give a huge shout out to the group up there and what they've been able to do and how they've been instrumental in making this a successful relocation. At this time, the North Carolina State unit has assumed full function of IR4 operations. All the files have either been shipped down to NC State from the Rutgers site or been shipped to an off-site storage location. So all the files are out of there. All the IT systems are also been translocated down to NC State, are now on different servers down here and being managed by a different group, as well as, the people and majority of the people, the new group have been hired. And if you go to the next slide, maybe I can just give you a brief overview. And this is the existing org chart. And I'll start to the far right, where you still have several people in showing up in green on your screen or gray. That's a group that's up at Rutgers, still remaining part of the program. So you have Christy Palmer doing the environmental hort at Rutgers, as well as Michael Braverman. And supporting both of them are Susan Breerbrunner. And then Christy working under her has Matthew Havers and Ellie Villa. Ellie will be retiring at the end of this month. So we want to thank Ellie for his longtime work, helping us not only in the environmental hort program, but also in the food program. If you go to the far left, you then have some of the group at NC State. Under the first column, Johanna Maslow, who's our quality assurance unit manager. And working under Johanna is Jane Forder, who Jane will be relocating down to NC State later this month or early next month. A recent new hire, in fact, as of last week, Scott Muir joined us as a quality assurance auditor, as well as Julia Thompson, who has been with the program for quite a long time. She'll be joining us down at NC State Group. Under the next column, Crystal Honatsky, and working under her is Jennifer Heiss, Shai Hung, Tayshawn Jones, and we have one vacancy of a business and operations assistant. Mainly, we're looking for a student to help us do some of the administrative work here. So we'll be interviewing for that position in the next couple of weeks. Next come over, you have a familiar name, Debbie Carpenter. Debbie will be staying on as Associate Director for Regulatory Sciences. And under her is the team that will be reporting to her, including Catherine Homa and Philip Moore, Christina Marconi, Thomas Pike, Rob Welker, Jimmy Brutus, that I mentioned before, and then one vacant study director and a biopesticide regulatory manager. Just a few quick points. A lot of those are familiar faces. Obviously, Catherine and Thomas are part of the Rutgers team that are transitioning down to NC State. But Christina Marconi was a field research director at our Wessel Coast site, and Rob Welker was a field research director at our NC State site. So they're both joining headquarters or have joined headquarters in a different capacity. Under the next column, Venkat Padabota, and you'll be talking to Venkat quite a bit over the next couple of days as he will be leading this meeting. Venkat predominantly replaced Van Starner, who you can see his box a little bit to the right of Venkat. Van still was helping us as a consultant, working on some communication issues, helping out with our virtual tours that we've been having with EPA. But under Venkat will be Roger Batts, Alicia Extel, a principal plant pathologist that's open at this time, and Katie Jaworski, who's a new junior scientist that joined us from Rector's. And then we have an or environmental hort program assistant that will reporting into Venkat, but we'll have a dotted line to Christy. This position will be helping the environmental hort program quite a bit, helping the regional field coordinators do what they need to do. So that's a snapshot of the new team. I know I put a lot there. Someone suggested I throw pictures up, but I thought that may take a little bit too long. But as many of these people come on board, we've been having some notices going out about the new people and what they do and how they do it. So welcome to the new group. And for a lot of these people, this is their first food use workshop. So bear with them as they learn this process. Next slide. So John Weiss gave a little precursor that I would talk a little bit about this, and you'll hear a lot more about this during the next presentation from Mike Bledsoe. But IR4, to put in a nutshell, we have some very significant fiscal challenges. It's not due to lack of effort. The Commodity Liaison Committee continues to pursue a $8.1 million increase from our current funding level of $11.9 million to $20 million. They continue to work hard, get into Congress, talk to the right people, and hopefully get some actions. We do have some significant optimism, and there's been some progress this last year. Mainly we were actually able to get into visit the Office of Budget and Management and talk to them about some of our needs, talk a little bit more to NEFA, let them know of our financial needs. This Commodity Liaison Committee has entered into an agreement with a Washington-based advocacy group, GCLRS. They've been able to go and make sure that the proper people on the Hill know of our problems. But in spite of all these, we're still at a flat funding level. We thought actually we would have something positive to share for 2021, but when it was all said and done, we were back to the same level. There was some significant changes in some of the administrative aspects of our grant in 2021. For the first time, there was a single grant to IR4 headquarters. In the past, the grant had come into not only IR4 headquarters, but into the 4 regional offices: Michigan State, University of California, Davis, University of Florida, and University of Maryland Eastern Shore. So it was basically 5 grants in the past. This year, it was a single grant. This year also marked the first time where the language of the grant allowed for the universities to pay user service fees, or better known as indirect cost. In the past, this was prohibited and actually led to some of the situations we had, like, for example, Rutgers not maintaining the hosting of IR4 headquarters. So we were allowed to pay service fees. What happened, though, was rather unfortunate, is we found out about this change rather late in the process. We had already been through the food use workshop. We already had done most of our planning for 2021 at that point, and then found out that we were going to be looking at a 12% reduction in operational funds. We went out there and immediately started having some discussions with the host institutions. And we're able to get the 5 institutions to agree on a 1-year waiver indirect cost. So I give my hat off to NC State and the 4 host institutions, the regional institutions, for allowing this to happen, because that kept us whole for 2021. We did not have to make some research cuts. We did not have to make any staff cuts, because it was going to be pretty draconian of some of the cuts we had to make because we had no planning in advance. Next slide, please. So we start looking at where we're at for 2022. Well, the good news is the Biden administration, in their budget proposal for this year, came out with full funding. The number that the Commodity Liaison Committee has been recommending at $20 million. The House of Representatives came out with a funding proposal of $14 million, and the Senate $14.5 million. So that is good news, because if they can make a budget, and let's assume that they compromise on the lowest number, we would still be having a budget increase. I'll just be quick to point out that we asked for a 1-year waiver of indirect cost. We said to the host institutions it would be a one-time only request. So we will not request a waiver for 2022 on these indirect costs, which means is if some reason or another, i.e. worst case scenario, that Congress does not come up with a budget and defaults to a full year continuing resolution for 2021, we would have to be dealing with a 12% cut in funds for research. That's why when you see the number of A priorities that we will be establishing at the food use workshop session or the priority session, and why the integrated solutions is down, is we went on this worst case scenario funding. If and when additional funding is received, we will add projects back on. What's the message here? The message here is, yeah, it's going to be very difficult to get those A priorities, but it's highly likely we will be tapping into the B priority list. So if you go home with a B, all hope is not lost. It means is you just may not know about it for a little while until Congress comes out. We're feeling comfortable that if Congress does put together a appropriation bill, we will receive some type of increase that will allow us to add more projects back on. But right now, we've taken the very conservative approach. Next slide, please. I've been asked to talk a little bit about integrated solutions, and it really is what's up with this. Can you explain a little bit more? Is maybe what some of the people have asked me to do. So let me go in there and try to provide a little bit more of the background of the integrated solutions and what we're trying to accomplish here. So if you hit the next slide, please. Well, first of all, let me just start off with saying IR4 is technology neutral. We want to give farmers the tools they need to protect their crops. Let them make decisions on what products to use. That means is we should be equally vested in helping organic farmers, helping farmers who have incredibly tough pest issues, and some of the modern technology just doesn't manage it, to somewhere in between. So we support conventional, organic practices with conventional pesticides, biopesticides, biotechnology, and emerging pest management technology. So we want to make sure that there's enough room in the tent for everyone who wants to grow specialty crops, that we're there to try to help them. Next, please. Along those same lines, we've seen some significant changes in the biopesticide world. There's many new effective products out there. These products have registrations. They're pretty broad-based. The biopesticide world is much different now than it was 10 years ago or 15 years ago. The major companies, some of the companies that sell some of the well-known conventional chemical products are also very deep into the biopesticide market. They see this as a market opportunity, not only because of consumer demand, but also because some of these new products really work pretty good and really have a good fit. And it was interesting, a few years back, we had a little symposium out in the Western region. And during that time frame, there was several speakers mentioned that, at least in the biopesticides, they were selling about 85% into conventional markets, which meant that they were only selling 15% into organic markets. So it's quite interesting that biopesticides really do have a place in conventional agriculture systems. So, as the little cartoon shows there, the biopesticides have really put on their big boy pants and now a critical component of, the crop protection for especially crop agriculture. Next slide. So this has led to the integrated solutions. The Integrated Solutions Initiative is the focus coupling biopesticides with conventional products in research. So we feel that sometimes if you put the two products together, there's a lot of things that you can, a lot of problems you can solve that you may not have been able to solve with one conventional products. So some of our products include pest problems without solutions. So for example, we look at it as a needle in a haystack. So, maybe out there that you have a pest out there that is just really downright hard to control. Well, maybe if you're mixing some biopesticides in with conventional products together, you could come up with something that really does show some efficacious activity. So, these are some of the things that we've been trying to go after in doing this screening work. Integrate the biopesticides in with conventionals and find that proverbial needle out there and give the growers not only tools, but give them a program that they could use to manage that pest. Next one, resistance management. Along the same lines is, if you're going with a conventional and if you're going with a biological or a biopesticide, that's two distinct different modes of action, will break up the resistance cycle. Next, please. Residue mitigation. So if you click onto the next one, what do we mean by residue mitigation? Go ahead to the next one, please. Yeah, there you go. Thank you. What we want to be doing with residue mitigation, what we want to do is extend the pre-harvest interval time. That is the time from the last application to harvest to allow for the residues to decline below the pesticide tolerance or internationally the MRL to facilitate either low residues in domestic markets or export markets while maintaining the pest control. So the idea is extend out the conventional products a little bit longer, fill in with a biopesticide or fill in with another conventional product closer to harvest and manage the pest without too much difficulty. And then finally, the next one. Under our integrated solutions, there's work to address the need in organic production systems. So there's a major, 4 distinct priorities under integrated solutions. But now we've been in there 4 years and we're starting to make some progress in this thing. So stay tuned. Let me just go on and start wrapping up here. Next slide, please. So next year, our goal with pandemic willing is to be back in person to have one of these workshops with face-to-face. We recognize that while we have been able to have these effectively virtually, there's a lot missed when you're not having people in the same area, in the same vicinity, talking through some of these problems. There's a lot of intangibles that occur in a workshop that don't occur during these virtual sessions. Right now, the plans are to have this near Minneapolis, Minnesota, Bloomington, Minnesota, a suburb of Minneapolis. This will fulfill a contractual obligation from last year's cancellation. So we committed to try to do it in 2023. If necessary, we will explore ways to make it hybrid with incentives for people to join in person. So that's our plan for next year. So stay tuned. And then just wrap up with just an opportunity to thank you. If there's any questions, again, please feel free to put it in the chat box and we'll go from there. So thank you again. Well, if there's no questions, then why don't we move on to our next speaker. I have also a pleasure to introduce the chair of the IR4 Commodity Liaison Committee, a friend and a colleague, Dr. Mike Bledsoe, who is with Village Farms, the largest greenhouse vegetable growing tomato company in I don't know, Mike, if it's North America or just United States. And also they have their hands into the hemp industry. So Mike, the floor is yours, and thank you for a presentation today.
Okay, you can see me now? Okay. Okay, I appreciate the opportunity. I'm Mike Bledsoe. I have the honor of chairing the IR4 Commodity Liaison Committee, which is made up, as you'll see in a few minutes, of a lot of different crop groups, farmers, and things like that. And that if you aren't represented on the group, or your industry isn't, please contact me. And we want to make sure that we have representation by everybody who has an interest or a stock or a stake in IR4. Why is IR4 important? Well, 40% of all your daily consumption comes from minor or specialty crops. Basic producers spend most of their money or millions and millions of dollars on development and focus on larger areas like corn and soybean. Minor crops, there's over 1,000 of them now, which is a tremendous number. That makes these prioritizations even get tougher. NEFA funds the IR4 partnering with the US, and IR4 partners with the USDA. And some of the incentives that worked out is that waiving of registration fees for IR4 projects, development of the residue data, and extended data protection. If you get three projects approved and submitted, you get an extra year data protection, which is significant for a manufacturer. The IR4 is an example of how government and NGOs or non-government organizations can work closely with their stakeholders to ensure the goals of the program are current. In fact, it's an example of how this can actually work best. IR4 sees stakeholders as equals, and that's a tough thing to do. They give up some of their decision-making by sharing it with others. It's not just an advisory committee like many that I do sit on. For example, as a chair, I have a position on their board of directors. So the CLC and the commodity are well represented. Weekly communications and involving in hiring and evaluation. So the CLC is more than just a advisory group. For the purpose, this is right off of our charter, but quickly, we're supposed to be the link between IR4 and commodity groups. We provide guidance and advice to IR4 projects. In fact, I've helped coach some through the process in the past. CLC serves an important role in communicating the mission of the IR4 into agriculture in general. And then one of the most important ones, Jerry was spending quite a bit of time on before, is the CLC supports federal funding initiatives to try to get the flat funding we've had since 2008 increased. Membership, I'm going to slide through these relatively quickly, but if you look down here, you'll see a lot of associations and groups that are involved. There's, I just throw them out there, the cherry, you can see Western Growers, cranberry, as you go on down at FFVA in Florida. Florida is a specialty market. And then you can kind of go down his last of the group that are members. So If you don't see your group up here, your association or your memberships, please contact me because we would like to make you a part of this process. Okay, how do we measure the impact of flat funding? We've been flat as a funding, as Jerry pointed out, $11.9 million since 2009. Well, in 2009, we had 69 food use priorities going into the food use workshop. In 2021, we have 38. That's basically a 45% reduction, and that's because of flat funding. This does not include the losses in environmental, hort, and organic programs, which are significant. They've had the same reductions, and it's across the board. And again, Jerry has already pointed this out, and John. Looking at the budget, there's a current budget coming from NEFA. In 2008, same as it was now. If you use the 1.84, which is the inflation rate that was given from the government, to do that same amount of that value now would have to be 15 million or 3 million more, in this case less, to match the same amount of work you could have done in 2008 with that 11.9. But they could see it even worse. As Jerry mentioned, the university and direct costs are kicking in this year. That's a 10%. I know he counts it as a 12 because there's probably some other things in there that I'm not counting on, but it's a flat 10% going out. That means that we'd have to have $16.6 million to do the same thing that was able to be done in 2008. So you're starting to see why there's a 45% or more reduction in these various programs. We asked $20 million, which was a 59% increase. As you heard, the president's budget came in at that. OMB, the Office of Management and Budgets, we had a great conversation with them this year and last, and they're the ones that helped carry this 20 to the president. His budget did come in this way. As you know, it's a milestone type budget. It's the one that just kind of gives some direction. Senate came in at 14.5, which is 8.21%, and the House is coming in at 14. But the big risk, and Jerry did mention this, is that if it's a fear of continuing resolution again, if the Senate and the House can't work out a compromise or get things down, and as you know, the budget is an October 1 budget. Now, they're very seldom ever get done on time, but if it's a continuing resolution, we're going to be right where we were before, and with a 10% cut. So we get on the Hill. Sorry about the picture being blurry there, but it's a lunch and learn. We go before Congress and the Senate and House every year. Goals are awareness and impact on budget. We did, as a group, recognize well, we have a very talented group of people in the CLC. One of the things that's missing is the fact that we don't have anybody sitting on the Hill watching what's going on and advising us to jump on something before it gets away from us. So the CLC basically went out and looked and found a group called the DCLRS, DC Legislative and Regulatory Services Group, and they have been phenomenal. They came on board just before the March meeting this year, and within a week, maybe 2 weeks at the most, they put together an OMB meeting that helped lead to that $20 million that came into the president's budget. They act as our eyes and ears in DC. They help plan and respond anticipated policy changes, and they have been extremely reactive and active for us. We need coaches. We need people that's watching what's going on. The CLC is willing to do whatever they can, but again, somebody needs to, outside of our regular 24-hour-a-day jobs, we have another group out there looking for us to make sure we don't miss anything. Some of the deliverables, they prepare outreach tools for the appropriations advocacy. They met with the OMB, as I mentioned. The lunch and learn. They tailor each member's needs statements to their own interests. So if you're from one state or another, the statements that are going out are reaching out to try to get their interests based on what their constituents are looking for. They identify Congressional IR4 champions. We need people in the Congress that will actually stand up and talk about IR4 and been a major part of that. Ensure the USDA leaders are aware of the program needs. Enlist CLC support, both nationally and regionally. CLC members from multiple states have already been on multiple calls that have set up by DCLRS to talk with a local senator or congressman, if you would, about this. And I know I've personally been on 2 or 3, but they use whoever's local for that state. Some of the things in the appropriation process, there's the House budget we mentioned. There's a May-June deadline for the House and Senate to get theirs in. June to September, the various appropriation committees meet, including the Agricultural, which is critical to us. And then they hopefully will pass the bills, work out the differences, and although they rarely meet the October 1 deadline. Hopefully this year that will not be a continued resolution, because if it is, we will be looking far less than the 38 trials we have this year. White House budget, we've talked about. I'm not going to spend much time on that. House and Senate outreach, IR4, we talked about these items as well. These are some of the senators that's been reached out to and have been supportive. There has been a Dear Colleague letter that was put out by the Representative Panetta from California. And if you look on here, it's the first time in years we've had a bipartisan signatures on these things. The Senate, as we mentioned, they've come back and are offering their budget has got $14.5 million in there. The House came in with theirs at 14. And what this comes down to is, one other thing that's come up recently, which I really want to point out, is that the U.S. Grant for Technical Sciences, which is a grant was given by USDA NEFA to try to look at how to maximize the dollars that's coming in from Congress into groups like IR4. One of the things they identified in original tactical sciences SWOT analysis, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, is that IR4 is the model for these programs, should be the model for these programs, which was one really nice kick. In fact, that's we've seen it start to show up in some of the other areas. So Jerry, that's what I had. I wanted to pop that up. If there's any questions or whatever, I'm going to stop sharing and turn it back over.
Okay, well, thank you, Mike. And as we've been doing all along, if there's any questions for Mike, please type a Q in your chat box and Maddie will make it happen.
Thank you very much, folks.
Okay. All right, and then the final speaker this morning is the money use officer from the United States Environmental Protection Agency. Nancy Fitz has been in this role for several years now and inherited some rather large shoes. We've always had a very strong partner / advocate in this office, and Nancy has not disappointed. She continues to go the extra mile to make sure these projects and IR4 submissions, we get a fair review with EPA. We look at EPA a lot differently than a lot of other data submitters, in the sense is we feel our relationship's a partnership, and Nancy's the ultimate partner. So Nancy, welcome to the IR4 Food Use Workshop, and we have a fair bit of time for you to talk about your EPA update. So thank you, Nancy.
Excellent. Thanks, Jerry. And thanks everybody for having me. I'm happy to be here. Mike, I can't believe you got through all that information in 15 minutes. I can't talk as fast as you can. So I'm glad I have a longer time slot here.
Thank you, Nancy.
Next slide. So here's a list of what I'm going to talk about today. Probably most of those topics look pretty familiar. And probably spend most of kind of the first chunk is the updates on specific chemicals. Then the next big chunk are the COVID-19 response and sort of the art registration division work. Crop group rulemaking and Hemp are just some quick updates. As I was preparing this presentation, I was trying to figure out what's really changed in the past year. I mean, in some ways I feel like nothing's changed. I'm still sitting here in a room in our downstairs that I converted to an office, normally surrounded by dogs, and which is exactly the situation I was in last year at this time. But then looking beyond that, so much has changed. Just thinking about IR4, Jerry provided the updates, but I'm really happy about the people who are moving from Rutgers to North Carolina State, and I'm happy to continue working with them. Really look forward to getting to know the new folks at NC State better and learn from them. They gave a tremendous virtual crop tour on hemp. There's obviously tons of expertise and information there, but there's a part of me that's sad about the people that I've been working with for the past 3 years that I'm not going to get the opportunity to continue working with. So a whole range of feelings there. From EPA's point of view, that the next slide, please. Obviously, we've had some changes due to the election. The new administrator is Michael Regan, who was sworn in March. He used to work at EPA and came from the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality. And also we have a new assistant administrator who's the head of the Office of Chemical Safety and Pollution Prevention, which is the umbrella office over Office of Pesticide Programs and our sister offices, and that's Michal Friedhoff. She's also been around, and has hit the ground running. She came from the Hill and the toxic side, but is really smart and really involved with the pesticide side of things. And a little closer to home, there's also been some significant changes in the minor use and emergency response branch in the registration division. Eric Bonenblast is our new permanent branch chief, and he's gotten up to speed quickly and is really supportive of IR4 and the minor use team. And he started in March, and also that same day, Maya Wheeler started as a new employee in the branch. She started off by working on the minor use team and has done a couple of tolerance rules and has handled the in-processing for the some newly submitted petitions. And now that she kind of has her feet underneath her, we're also training her on how to do Section 18s and 24Cs. So I don't have their photos. I think they might be on, but I didn't give them a heads up that I might call on them. So if we have time at the end, maybe they can share their screens. And then just sort of one other big picture topic is the move that the Office of Pesticide Programs is moving from Crystal City down to the Federal Triangle Complex downtown. That was put on hold because of COVID, but it started up again this year. We spent the spring and summer going in to pack up all of our things, and our boxes are in the process of moving downtown. We've selected offices or cubes, and so it's real. We're not nearly as far along as IR4 is with their move, but what's still not clear is exactly when we'll be going back in person. So those are sort of the broad updates. Next slide, please. So the next set of slides will be updates on specific chemicals, some of the high priority things, or high profile, and that as well as groups of chemicals. So next slide. So there's a lot going on with chlorpyrifos, both from a registration review point of view and litigation and regulatory side of things. So the first bullet there, the comment period for the ecological risk assessment, the human health risk assessment, and the proposed interim decisions closed in March. And the team's actively reviewing those comments. Kind of around the same time, the court ordered EPA to revoke all chlorpyrifos tolerances, which is basically granting a petition that had been submitted in 2007, or modify them if we could explain the safety finding, and also to modify or cancel the registrations for the associated food uses. In late August, we issued a final rule that revokes all tolerances for chlorpyrifos. That action will be incorporated into the ongoing registration review, which I believe is targeting the plan. We intend to complete the registration review interim decision by the statutory deadline in 2022. Sorry, I should have mentioned I'm pretty sure these slides will be going up on IR4's website, but if you want a copy, I'm happy to share it with you. My email will be on the last slide. Just send me an email. I'm happy to send it to you if you want the slides before they get posted. All right, next slide, please. Okay, another high-profile chemical is glyphosate. Last year, I spoke to you about the interim decision, which was issued in early 2020 to include mitigation to address, largely address spray drift and resistance. And the big conclusion of that was that based on the best available science, we concluded there are no risks of concern to human health when glyphosate is used according to its current label, and that glyphosate is not a carcinogen. So that we covered last year. The kind of the new news is that in late 2020, we issued a draft biological evaluation for glyphosate for public review and comment, which closed in March. And I know this group tends to be more familiar with the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act side of things. The biological evaluation is part of the Endangered Species Act provisions. And that is basically the biological opinion is the beginning of our Endangered Species Act consultation review process for pesticides when EPA determines that whether the pesticide may affect one or more individuals of a listed species in their designated critical habitats. The biological evaluation builds on the mitigation in the interim decision. So we are now reviewing comments and we expect to release the final biological evaluation later this calendar year, and then begin consultation with the services, which are both listed, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the National Marine Fisheries Service, if necessary. So next slide. So neonicotinoids are always another topic of interest. Again, last year, I was able to talk about the proposed interim decisions for the neonics, and that all 5 were included in those proposed interim decision actions last year, which proposed new measures to reduce potential ecological risks, particularly to pollinators. We are reviewing, we got a ton of comments, as you can see, working with industry to develop and implement stewardship and best management practices. And so sort of the new news here is that we released 3 draft biological evaluations in late August, and that's for clothianidin, imidacloprid, and thiamethoxam. And those are open for comment right now through the end of October 25th to be specific. When I'm done, I can put the docket number in the chat if folks want. So again, the biological evaluations is the beginning of the endangered species consultation process. And the plan will get comments, and then we'll issue the final biological evaluations and the interim decisions in 2022. So this has some impacts to the stoplight analysis, and specifically for the last 4 chemicals listed there, clothianidin, dinotefuran, imidacloprid, and thiamethoxam. Those are all on the red light or hold list right now, where we're not moving forward with any new uses for those chemicals. Those got a red light this year. I think there might be one or two that came in after that we'll talk about as we go through the listed projects. Acetamiprid is an exception to that. The risk profile for that chemical is different. So that one has a green light. And we can move forward with new uses for that chemical, but any labels will have to be consistent with the mitigation that was included in the proposed interim decisions. Next slide. It wouldn't be a OPP update without talking about Dicamba. We did in 2020, we issued a new registration decision for Dicamba that authorized the use of Dicamba on Dicamba tolerant crops, the over-the-top use after the court vacated the 2018 registration. So that took a lot of work on OPP's part. But some of the new points on the 2020 registration are that there is a hard cutoff based on the calendar, specifically the over-the-top application of Dicamba is prohibited on soybeans after June 30th and after July 30th on cotton. The registration also requires the use of an approved pH buffering agent that has to be included in the application mixture. It extended the buffers if in areas where listed species, endangered species are located, and also generally simplified the label and use instructions. So Dicamba has been used in 2021. We are in active discussions with the states and other stakeholders on what people are seeing and whether and the effectiveness of those new requirements. So stay tuned on this one. I'm guessing it's likely that I'll be talking about it again next year. Next slide. So another topic that's of interest to this group I know are the antibiotics, and specifically casugamycin, oxytetracycline, and streptomycin for their use as pesticides in agriculture. We have in the past talked about how there are extra steps required for antibiotic pesticides, including needing to do a resistance management assessment, and also we do an extra public process step, and we have to consult with our federal agency partners. So it just by definition, it's going to take longer to get a registration of an antibiotic pesticide. So that's one thing to keep in mind. I don't think I saw any antibiotics on this year's a project list, but I wanted to let you know that EPA is currently reassessing our process for registering uses of antibiotics. It's ongoing right now. And again, it just reiterate that we are very concerned about resistance developing, and we're looking at options to address that, as well as to make the process a little more certain. So right now, any new use petitions that are in-house are on hold, and there are a couple, including oxytetracycline on cherry, oxytetracycline on olive and walnut, casugamycin on peach, apricot, and almond, and also casugamycin on olive. So right now, those are on hold. This is something that Debbie and I talk about every month, and we'll keep IR4 and everybody updated once the new process is developed. So next slide. So as you might expect, COVID-19 has had a big impact on pesticide programs again this year. During this section, I'll talk about some of the work the Office of Pesticide Programs has done, as well as the impacts it's had on the kind of cascading impacts it's had on other work. So next slide. So one of the things we did last year and have continued is to develop what we call the List N, which is a list of products that EPA expects to kill all strains and variants of the coronavirus SARS-CoV-2. And products can be added to that list if they are shown to be demonstrate efficacy against the coronavirus SARS-CoV-2, against a different human coronavirus that's similar to SARS-CoV-2, or if it's shows efficacy against a pathogen that's harder to kill than a coronavirus. So I don't remember exactly how many products were on that list. It's probably in the range of 200 or 300. So there's now 560, including almost 180 products that have been tested against SARS-CoV-2 and therefore can add those claims. Over the course of the past year and a half, EPA has expedited the List N submissions. And what that means, like in the front end, there's a 21-day administrative screen. We committed to do that screen in 5 days. And there were a lot of companies that hadn't already registered pesticides with EPA that kind of wanted to get in on the business. So the number of applications increased greatly. And as the slide shows, about a third did not pass the front end screen just because the companies just didn't understand all the data that's required and the information that has to go into that has to be provided to us and submitted before we could even move forward in evaluating a registration. With it being such a high profile topic, we responded to over 200 congressional inquiries, which get priority in anybody's day-to-day activities, and a lot of pre-submission meetings, and that's over 125 enforcement inquiries is a pretty high number. And again, that was related to people wanting to get into the business of selling products to protect people against the virus causing COVID-19, but without understanding what's required to actually make those claims and register something as a pesticide. So that was a big chunk of work for the Office of Pesticide Programs in general. The next slide. Our branch mates in the emergency response team also have been very active. About 30% of the Section 18 emergency exemptions issued this year were for COVID-19 products. This slide in particular talks about a novel product called Grignard Pure, which is it's an antiviral product that treats airborne viruses. So that bit different than treating surfaces. So this anytime you're registering or talking about registering a brand new product, it creates a lot of work trying to figure out how do you measure the efficacy of this if there's not a standard protocol, reviewing the data. So our branch mates have spent a lot of time working with the antimicrobial division over the past year and a half and have done a lot of really tremendous work. Next slide. So this spring, we did announce a pivot in how we were going to handle disinfectant claims and products. And this is based on the information from the CDC that notes that the risk of being infected with COVID-19 by touching contaminated surfaces is considered low. So we, I think it was April, pivoted away and said we are no longer going to prioritize public health emergency requests for new products that address the surface transmission of SARS-CoV-2. And instead, we're going to shift those resources, oops, not quite yet, to shifting resources to expedite applications for products with novel COVID-19 claims, like the Grignard Pure of killing airborne viruses, and then residual efficacy on surfaces. So that's that changes the workload and timing expectations of certain things. So now we can go to the next slide. Jerry mentioned the backlog, and this was a result of a number of reasons, but largely the increased number of applications, and also since for the COVID-19 products, if you're reducing the front end screen from 21 days to 5 days, that means with the same amount of resources to do the screening, that means other actions are going to take longer. So over 2020, a backlog built up, and that did impact the 21-day review process. But the office put a lot of resources into this, to fixing that backlog at the beginning of the year. The contractor that does the administrative screen received more resources, so they were able to hire more staff. And they really focused from February through April on reducing that backlog and catching up with the submissions that came in late 2020 through January 31st. And at the same time, the registration division committed about 20% of its staff, including myself and Maya, to a team that did the screening for the registration division's actions that came in from February through April. So we basically weren't just creating a second backlog while the contractor was trying to eliminate the first backlog. So the great news is that as of the end of April, there was no backlog of the 21-day review, and we are getting the reviews done in 21 days again. So that's great news. There are we also made some changes to address this over the longer term in terms of some process improvements and adding additional contract resources to prevent this from happening again. But as Jerry mentioned, it did impact some of the IR4 petitions. I think there were 8 that came in during that sort of October of 2020 through the end of January of 2021. And those were delayed. The screens took 2 to 5 months instead of 21 days. But we processed them as quickly as we could once we got them. And the really good news is that the science divisions have been able to make up some of that lost time, and we're getting the risk assessments either on time or like within a month, so that we will do our best to meet those PREA dates, but there might be some additional sliding that has to happen, but it should be minimized. That's one advantage to having new use actions have a 15-month PREA timeline, so there's a little bit of slack that you can make up some time, whereas it did have a big impact on some of the shorter PREA actions that were where the timeline's 4 to 6 months, and you get it 5 months in. Obviously something's going to have to give there. So but like Jerry said, we're all caught up, and the backlog is taken care of. So next slide. So just want to kind of carry that on to the work of the registration division and what we've done this year. So next slide. So from the registration point of view, the first set of bullets, this is similar to or or better than last year. Last year we registered 5 new active ingredients. This year was 7, which is a pretty big increase considering they take a lot more work due to the large amount of data that's submitted. Last year, I think it was 162 new uses for existing chemicals. So far, it's 126. I think we've got about 30 more, if all the, hopefully by the end of the year. So I think that's actually comparable. And then last year, I think it was 677 new products or label amendments. So those were right in the same ballpark. The fast track amendments, label changes, and minor formulation amendments is a little lower than we were last year. Some of that is getting new staff up to speed, and there is a team that's set up to specifically address those. And then last year, I think the number of, there were 68 Section 18 emergency use exemptions. You know, that we can only respond to what we have. And I think ideally a lower number of Section 18s is actually a good sign, because it means that the Section 3 products are registered and we don't need the Section 18s. And again, 17 of those were for COVID products. So that was a big change from past years. Next slide. All right, so specifically for the minor use completions, we are projected to complete work on 20 IR4 petitions by the end of this month. There's 3 that are kind of in process that I think are going to make it. That covered 58 minor uses and 225 crop group expansions. So last year it was a little different. It was 125 new uses and crop group expansions combined. So kind of fewer minor uses, new uses, but more crop group expansions. And that's just the nature, I think, of a lot of the petitions that came through this year for tolerance rules. Really only requested 1 new use and didn't have too many crop group expansions. So it's not good or bad, it's just kind of how things are. The 20 petitions is a little lower than in fiscal year 2020, but that was a record. So we're not going to set records every year, even if Jerry might hope we do. And then again, most IR4 petitions include crop group conversions as well as the expansions. So those were also part of what we got done. Like last year, we did 5 joint reviews with Canada and 2 work shares with California. And we reinvigorated our partnership with California and continue to have an excellent working relationship with our friends in Canada. So that collaboration is going very well. Next slide. So both, I think Jerry mentioned waiving the PREA fees, and that's a big part of our EPA's commitment to support IR4 and the registration of minor uses. I think I covered this last year, but before we waive the PREA fee, we have to make sure that the petition meets the IR4 public interest finding, which I've shortened as using the acronym PIF on the next couple of slides just to save space. So one way to do that is if the application meets all 4 of the criteria listed on these slides. First 2 are pretty straightforward. The third one is the stoplight analysis, which I think I kind of hit you guys over the head with last year, and we'll review when we start talking about the projects. The one that I want to talk about in a little bit more detail now is that 4th criterion, which I've shortened here to say that the use is for a minor crop, a specialty crop, or etc. So what does that really mean? Next slide. So what that means is that the criterion is submitted or is fulfilled if the use is for a minor crop, which is defined as grown on 300,000 acres or less. So basically, if IR4 includes that information on the cover letter, if I see that it's, there's the crop X is grown on 80,000 acres, I can check that box and move on. If the crop happens to be grown on more than 300,000 acres, the criterion is still fulfilled if it's a specialty crop, which the 2004 Specialty Crop Competitiveness Act defines to include fruits, vegetables, tree nuts, dried fruits, and nursery crops. And I'm going to talk about that a little bit more on the next slide. Nope, not quite yet. Sorry. So I'll talk about the specialty crops in a minute. Another option is if the crop is grown on over 300,000 acres, but it's a representative commodity for a crop group or a subgroup that's being submitted to establish tolerances for minor uses in specialty crops in that group or subgroup. And those minor crops are being added to the label. So examples of this are sunflower, which to cover the sunflower subgroup, which includes safflower and a bunch of other minor crops. Another common example of this are some of the work on beans and peas, which are major crops, but there are a lot of minor crops in that crop group 6 in the subgroups. So the criterion 4 is also fulfilled if any of those other criteria listed there are met. The only other one that I've come across in the past 3 years is the third one, which is control of a niche pest on a major crop, where the most likely number of acres treated is less than or equal to 300,000 acres. So I think that might have happened with maybe a peanut use and then also rice use in the past couple of years. So next slide. So I call them USDA specialty crops. They're actually defined by legislation, but USDA has this great website that I really encourage you to take a look at. And it includes lists of fruits and tree nuts. Let's see what else, vegetables, and a whole long list of common crops that are considered to fit into the definition of specialty crops. There's also a list of ineligible commodities that are not within that definition of specialty crops. Some of them are the major crops that you might expect: field corn, soybean, cotton, and some others. But there are some commodities listed on those that have been included in either this year's or recent stoplight analyses that are buckwheat, gold of pleasure, oats, peanut, potato, rice, rye, sugar beets, flaxseed, hemp, and sugarcane. So I'm still learning the acreage. So I think some of those are grown on less than 300,000 acres, so that they're a minor crop, so that would be fine. But some of them are grown on over 300,000 acres. And if, in that case, if it's not a specialty crop, it's not a minor crop, if it's not also a representative commodity, then that project would not meet the 4 basic public interest finding criteria. So that's not the end of the world. Next slide. We do also have the ability to make a public interest finding based on the weight of evidence approach. And that has to be done on a case-by-case basis. And IR4 has to provide information and a write-up explaining why they meet many of these criteria, and as many as possible. And then I pull that information together, and then I have to take it to the managers in the registration division. If they agree that we should waive the fee, then we take that to an OPP wide meeting that is also, I guess the Office of General Counsel provides in that, and ultimately it's Ed Messina, who's the director of the Office of Pesticide Programs, that has to make that determination. So it's possible. It just takes more information, more work. So if you're supporting a project for one of those major crops that doesn't, that's not a specialty crop, not a representative crop, IR4 is going to need more information from you. So please work with them to get that information so we can make a good case. Because what we don't want to happen, and it did happen with a project this year, was IR4 did the work, did the residue work, submitted the petition, and we were not able to make the public interest finding, and that's just a waste of money that's no good for anybody. Okay, next slide. I think we're ready to move on to the next one. Just some quick updates on crop group rulemaking and hemp. One thing that's changed since the last food use workshop is we did publish the final herbs and spice crop group rules on rulemaking on in November of 2020. What it did was split crop group 19 into a separate crop groups, one for herbs, one for spices. It greatly increased the commodities in both, and it adjusted the representative commodities, which are shown there. I can go into more detail if people have questions. Next slide. Also, in the preamble to that rule, we laid out our policy for that we would consider establishing import tolerances for pesticide residues in or on spices based on monitoring data instead of the field trial data, which is required in our regs and in our guidelines. The explanation of that is in the preamble for that rule. However, it only applies to spices and it only applies to import tolerances. So if somebody wants to register a domestic use and add the use to the label for use in the United States, residue data, field residue data on the represented commodities is still needed to establish that kind of tolerance. Right, next slide. So hemp continues to be a topic of interest, I know to you all as well. Since December of 2019, EPA has approved adding hemp to the use sites of nearly 60 pesticides. There's an ongoing list, which is in that fourth bullet on our website, which you can take a look at. All but one are biopesticide products, and all of them are tolerance exempt. So those have been sort of the easy ones. As we receive additional applications, we're going to evaluate those on an ongoing basis, which gets us to the next slide. I think this is my last content one. In terms of conventional chemicals used on hemp that require tolerances, there's been a group in the Health Effects Division made up of chemists and occupational exposure specialists, and they've been working on a process for how do we evaluate residue data, how do we do a risk assessment for hemp, which raises some interesting questions about how it's grown in terms of occupational side of things. How do we account for hemp in our dietary risk analysis and other exposures? So they've been working through those issues. Because hemp is still a new product or new crop ultimately, and hemp is not included in our residue guidelines. We're evaluating proposals for residue data generation or data translation on a case-by-case basis. I think we're keeping an open mind, but it really does need to be done on a case-by-case basis. If registrants are interested, please come and contact their product managers. Feel free to include me to set up a discussion with the HED chemists and others to figure out what to do, what needs to be done. Is it a legitimate translation? Let's have those discussions ahead of time before the petitions are submitted. And that's something we've been having ongoing discussions with IR4 on. We really appreciate the leadership IR4 has shown on hemp, and including just last month putting on a tremendous virtual crop tour on hemp production, which was well received and well attended by EPA employees. So next slide just has my phone number and email. Email is actually the best way to reach me. Even if you want to have a conversation, shoot me an email and I can give you a call. I don't get a whole lot of calls on my work phone anymore, and so I've gotten kind of bad about actually changing or checking my voicemails. So I think we have time for a few questions. I saw a few questions pop up. So Maddie, I'll turn it over to you.
Sounds good. John Weiss, do you want to go ahead?
Sure. Nancy, thank you for your presentation and for all that you do. I understood the EPA announcement about revoking the tolerances for residues of chlorpyrifos as a final rule that is effective on October 29. And then also that same date, the receipt of written objections. Your comments suggested to me, if I understood correctly, that there's still some review activities. And I just wanted to make sure I understood what's the difference between final rule and what is still ahead of you, and what are the levels of input that stakeholders may consider.
Yeah, so John, that's a great question. You're correct that the rule that was issued in August was a final rule to revoke the tolerances. And also what's ongoing still is determining mitigation. And because we still have to issue the interim decision under registration review. So looking at what we did in that rule, looking at the comments that we received on the draft risk assessments and the proposed interim decision, so there's really nothing left open for official comment. What we're doing is pulling the comments, reviewing the comments that we've already gotten, and putting that all into the interim decision that will be issued in 2022. So hope that answers. So I think you're muted, John. Sorry.
Does the interim decision that you're working on bring detail to the final rule, or the final rule is as simple as it appeared as I read it?
Well, the final rule revokes tolerances. We still have to cancel uses. And I don't know if there are uses that will continue to be used that are not food uses. Like we have exhausted my knowledge of chlorpyrifos. So what I can do is provide links to the website. They were going to add some questions and answers this week, and also the registration review docket would answer your questions. But hopefully the Q&As on the website will answer your question, John.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, thanks, John. Jim, do you want to go ahead with your question?
Yes, thank you, Nancy, for the summary and good work at EPA. We really appreciate it. My question is about the antibiotics. we see that there's delays again. The PREA dates have changed 2 to 3 times now for some of these antibiotics like kasugamycin, especially on crops like almond and some of the other stone fruit. We're applying for Section 18s, and so we have to renew those Section 18s. And I think that the EPA is changing the rules by developing new assessments after we've met all the previous assessments. And we've done, it seems like the agency isn't aware of all the residue and work done on environmental monitoring for resistance. We've calculated that some of these antibiotics in total, all the antibiotics, there's been 28 different studies that have been done showing no change in either phylosphere or rhizosphere bacterial population sensitivity to antibiotics after antibiotics are being used. And that includes kasugamycin. And so we're really concerned that it's a moving target at EPA as you continue to develop new policies and new programs. And it seems like we're not, every time we meet those criteria, the EPA needs more time to change the PREA date. And so years are going by and there's no new antibiotic requests, as you noted. And so as a comment, it doesn't seem fair to the people that have developed these materials in conjunction with IR4 that PREA dates keep being changed and new criteria seems to be being requested after the previous criteria has all been met to the satisfaction of those involved. So you know, there are people counting on these registrations, and you know, we have registration of kasugamycin on some crops like walnut and cherry, and there has been no adverse reports or negative effects. And so we're just wondering, you know, there has to be some common sense into this rationale of developing some of these products for these types of uses, which are very limited and not being overused. They're targeted usages like during bloom period only, and so forth. So the rationale doesn't seem like it's being communicated effectively to the users, the end users, the people that really need these products to be registered. Thank you.
So thanks, Jim. I appreciate your comments. Just want to clarify that I don't, this new, the work right now is not necessarily, not necessarily, it is not changing the requirements. I think it's addressing maybe how we're going to look at that data. The antibiotics team is very familiar with the kasugamycin resistance data that you mentioned. I know they looked at that, and that's discussed it with our federal partners. The length of time is a reflection of the additional steps that need to be taken. We only get together with the federal partners, I think it's twice a year. So we have to have the resistance assessments reviewed and done by then. So that's why antibiotics have been a yellow + or an orange for the past couple of years, just because it's gonna, like I said, it's gonna take longer. But I don't think we're gonna come back to IR4U and say we need more data or different kind of data as a result of this reassessment. I think the goal was to get it done by the end of this calendar year, so we should have a little bit more certainty about the ones that are in-house at that point.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Melanie, do you want to go ahead with your question, and then we'll go to Doug and then Mike?
Okay, thanks, Nancy. I actually have probably a stupid question, but can you just remind me of the stoplight analysis, what that is?
Sure. And that's actually a good lead in to, I think Venkat will be talking about it later, but IR4 submits a list of potential projects to us I guess it's early July. So we get the list of everything that somebody has requested IR4 to work on in terms of chemical and commodity. What EPA does is look at the relative risks, and based on, and that's, we consult with the Environmental Fate and Effects Division, the Health Effects Division, Registration Division, as well as the Pesticide Reevaluation Division. So the registration review information gets added into that. And then we come back to IR4 with the color. So green, yellow. Green means no risks that we can see. It should be smooth sailing. Yellow means there are some risks or some potential hurdles that would need to be resolved before a use of that could be registered. Red is no, we can't move forward on it right now. And orange is sort of somewhere between yellow and red, in the sense that there are significant risks or additional steps that need to be taken. So it's sort of the idea is, as you are prioritizing, if IR4 only has 38 residue projects that they can do, we want to make sure that those lead to 38 new uses, as opposed to spending money on something that might get caught up due to risks. So that's sort of the baseline for the reasoning behind the stoplight analysis.
Okay, so on the one slide, you mentioned the list of ineligible commodities. And then you said included on this year's, some included on this year's stoplight analysis. So are you saying that those were, I'm a little bit confused by that bullet point, I guess.
Okay. So there were 4 criteria listed on that slide. So one, the slide before that,
Right.
which is that IR4 produces the data. The pesticide's already registered for use on a food crop. The third is that it has undergone the stoplight analysis. And then the fourth is that it's a minor use or a specialty crop, or it meets one of the additional sort of minor use-ish requirements. So my point there was, if for products, for crops that are grown on less than 300,000 acres, we're good. We don't have to worry about it. But some of those, like say sugar beet, as an example, is grown on over 1 million acres. So it's not a minor crop. It's also not a specialty crop as defined by the legislation and USDA. It's not a representative commodity for a crop group or a subgroup. So that means if a project on sugar beet is prioritized, we're going to have to make a weight of evidence determination to make sure it fits under the public interest finding, which means that we have to show basically other benefits to that use. The idea there is why is it IR4's? Is this in IR4's purview when their focus is on minor crops? Does that help?
Yes, that's good. Thank you.
Sure.
Doug, want to go ahead?
Sure, thank you. You know, we grow a lot of seed crops in the Pacific Northwest as a non-food, non-feed crops, and Lorsban is really important in those crops. Would there be an avenue to pursue 24C's registrations on non-food, non-feed uses going forward in the future?
The very short answer to that, Doug, is I don't know. But let me, I'll look at the website and I'll reach out to folks to see what the answer to your question is.
Great, thank you.
I think we have time for 2 more questions. So we have one from Mike and then another follow-up for Jim. And then if you have any other questions, again, feel free to email Nancy, but Mike, go ahead.
Hi, it's Mike Bledsoe. This may or may not be enough time to even discuss this, but I know that there's a major challenge right now with antibiotics. Jim brought it up just a couple of minutes ago, and I wonder. My question is: has the idea of using a disinfectant that may have a future on a crop application has anybody brought any of those forward yet, or is that totally? I know it's. I try to think outside the box. I know this is way outside the box, but just throwing it out there, Nancy.
No, Mike, that's a good question. There actually have been a number, well, not a number, a handful of potential antibiotic or antimicrobial, here I'm getting things, antimicrobial uses like sodium hypochlorite and sodium chlorate, I think have been on the stoplight analysis. So that's an option. The issue is whether it's already, getting back to the public interest finding, is whether it's already registered for use on food. So you'd have to find an antimicrobial pesticide that already has food registrations.
Thanks, Nancy.
All right, Jim, what's your follow-up?
The follow-up is again towards this public interest registration of products, and again for antimicrobials, we've identified several materials that are registered for food preservation, things like L-lysine and niacin. And these are antimicrobials, but they do have antibacterial activity. We've had those in some of the IR4 projects. They are as food preservatives, and they haven't gone through the stoplight analysis, but they certainly qualify for minor use. So what's the path forward for those types of products?
I mean, I think it would be submit them as projects, go through the stoplight analysis. I also would say that weight of evidence determination it's not limited to just whether or not it's a minor crop. If there have been a couple cases in the past where we've considered data that was not produced by IR4, so it can be that weight of evidence determination can overcome any of the four criteria. So if it depending on the food use scenario, if we can make a good case for why this should be done and it makes sense for IR4 to do it, then that is an option as well. So Jim, maybe we should have a separate conversation about this offline to figure out how to make it work.
Yeah, we're working with several registrants, and they are going to proceed with a biopesticide, which, in the hopes of being residue exempt, so that they don't have to go through IR4 in the sense of developing GLP residue data.
Got it.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. All right, and I'm around for the rest of the meeting, so you can send an email or send me a chat, and I'll do my best to answer your questions.
Thank you, Nancy. That was a very informative session, and I'm sure a lot of people have a lot more questions, but it's really a treat to have someone in Nancy's capacity join this meeting and provide us this detailed update. So we have, we're running about 10 minutes behind, not a big problem, but we do want to take a 10-minute break. We will keep the line open, and everyone can keep your phones on mute, and we'll be back here ready to start at 1:10 Eastern Daylight Time. And sounds good. So be back shortly. Okay. Well, it's 10 after 1. Break is over. Appreciate everyone coming back promptly. One announcement before we proceed to the Weed and Science section is we were informed by our friends and colleagues in Canada, due to political situation involved with their election, that they're prohibited from being a active participant in the food use workshop. They're oftentimes will bring comments about their particular priorities. I know we have several people from the Canadian group, Canadian Project Pest Management Center, on the call. So they're joining us as observers, probably antsy to jump out and make comments, but unfortunately they're been told that they really cannot. So with that said, well, we will be sharing some of the priorities from the Canadian workshop when appropriate. So just want to let you know that the Canadian friends, our Canadian friends are there. They want to participate, but unfortunately they cannot. So with that said, let me take the next step and introduce Dr. Venkat Peribota, who will be leading us the rest of the way over the next several days regarding the priority setting for IR4's research work in 2022 in the food program and the integrated solutions. So Venkat, over to you.
Thank you, Jerry. Thank you all. Maddie, how am I coming through? Sound-wise, am I okay?
Yeah, you sound fine. Thanks,
Okay,
Becca.
great. Thank you very much. Thanks everyone for joining us today. And I'd like to first thank Nancy, Jerry, and John for leading us with the presentations this morning session. Great. And hopefully we'll get a chance to be face-to-face next year, if possible. And for just to let you know, for the rest of the workshop, I'll serve as your MC. And this afternoon, we'll start off with the weed science priority setting process, followed by entomology and pathology tomorrow. And just want to let you know what are our goals for this workshop. We have, by the end of this workshop, hopefully Wednesday, if not Thursday, we'll have 38 A residue studies. We'll have to come up with 8 H+ performance projects and 8 A integrated solution projects from IR4. So that's basically what we know. And these are based on the flat funding assumption that Jerry outlined. And once we will have the opportunity to potentially move to additional projects from B and H priorities as I discuss and talk a little bit more about them, how we are going to do that. We'll come to that. So, but looking at the next slide, please. Looking at the food use nomination stats for this year, we have in total, we had a total project requests of 356 with all these 3 disciplines. And among these 356, at least 1 A nomination was given.
We do have a couple of different systems here. For those projects that are deemed with residue as the next step, those will be an A, B, or C priority. C keeps it on the list. If it doesn't get any of these priorities, it is considered a D. And if it doesn't get a priority the next 2 years, it goes E and F and then falls off our list. So it's sort of a 3 strikes you're out approach. For projects that are listed as needing efficacy crop safety, either by itself or in conjunction with the residue projects, I'm sorry, those by themselves, because if they're with conjunction with residue, there'll be an ABC. If they are by themselves ECS needs, we have a different category: low, medium, high. And out of that, toward the end, we try to identify the H pluses, which are the absolute very highest of the ECS requirements to move forward next year. As he was talking about, if we get an increase in funding, I think he was going to say this, as if we get an increase in funding, this ABC list that you see at the top, we probably need to identify the B pluses So in the event that we do get an increase in funding, we will start sliding up some B pluses to our final A list, sort of like the NCAA last four in type situation in March Madness. So I don't know if y'all are familiar with that, but that's sort of the way it is. The ones that are just outside the wall, if we get opportunity, we'll slide them inside the wall. So that will be the next step there. Nancy went through the EPA stoplight analysis, and I'll try to remind you as we go through that, because in our spreadsheets that we have in-house, maybe you're seeing it too, you'll see some blocks that are red, some are orange, some are yellow, and if they don't have a color in them, they are considered green, which means there are no concerns, no difficulties, no hurdles expected. So next step. Criteria for reaching a research priority. These are the kind of things that we ask you to think about as you before you voice up with an A. If there are other alternatives available, you may want to slide your request down a bit if you already have tools available for that test, and your request would be like an additional tool for a certain test. The criticalness of the damage. I think Venkat's back now, so he can take over for this poor pinch hitting job. Here we go, buddy.
Thank you very much, Roger. I appreciate it. And apologies, everyone. Here at headquarters, we just lost the internet connection. It's unfortunate, but we somehow got back on. So if it is spotty, please forgive us for that. Our apologies. But yeah, primary criteria for the selection of these projects is based not exactly only on these, but some of them, like we need to look at the availability of alternative pest management tools, the dynamics involved of a particular pest and its pest damage potential of target pests. Considering we have to consider the performance and crop safety in managing the target pests. You have to look at the compatibility with IPM practices. And of course, the usefulness of projects by looking at the management of resistance development. And Nancy also talked a little bit about the importance of eliminating the Section 8 emergency exemptions, these uses that are currently not covered by. And of course, we need to look at the harmonization of international MRLs, which is critical to support the commodity trade. And finally, as covered by Nancy and hopefully also by Roger, is the results of the stoplight analysis. And I will have a chance to go over the stoplight analysis again very quickly, very briefly, if you have a question about that. But if you could go back one slide, Maddie, yeah. Every year we send requests to EPA in early July. That is one of the reasons why the regional field coordinators are constantly asking the researchers to submit your requests by end of June. If you submit your requests by end of June, your request will go very early in July to EPA for review, and EPA gets a chance to review and go through the stoplight analysis, which the results of that will be shared back with IR4 in August. So today, as we go through, it's important to know that we do not have those projects, those requests that had a red rating stoplight were not included in the nominations. And because there is absolutely no path to registration at this point on the proposed use, there is orange, which are included. Orange, yellow, and green are included in the nominations. In case of orange, we ask them to proceed with extreme caution because there's a considerable amount of concern on the registration path for this. Is not highly encouraged, but nevertheless, they are there. Yellow is to proceed with caution. Again, that will be brought up as well. those that are green, that have no issues and no concerns about the registration, we're not going to say they are green. They will not be, I mean, they are there for the nominations, that's fine, but yellow and orange, I'll bring it to your attention. All right, next slide, please. And after that, yeah, these are the key deadlines coming up. Bottom line, the results of the workshop will immediately be posted on the 17th. And then right after the workshop, you're going to be looking at priority upgrade proposals on some of them and regional upgrades. These project requests will be supported by regional stakeholders. So we'll be working through the end of this month, right after the workshop. And the list of that will be shared in October, will be available online. So if you have any questions or concerned about some of these deadlines that are coming up, you're welcome to contact me. You're welcome to contact your regional field coordinators. We'll share more news on that, okay? Thank you very much. Next slide, please. Without any further delay, we will jump right into the weed science program. And just want to let you know, if there are any requests that are missing from the spreadsheet, in a minute after this slide, my colleague Jimmy will be sharing the spreadsheet. We will go project by project, request by request. And if there are nominations that are missing, and I will pose that question periodically, those can be brought for discussion. But I'd like to understand why that nominated, that project was, that request is not showing up in the A nominated list. So we need to understand that. If a request was submitted after the deadline, it will be considered potentially for a priority upgrade proposal by your regional stakeholder. That will be an opportunity, or it will be looked into next year. But any request that was submitted prior to August 13th, or the existing ones that are researchable projects, those are the ones that we are going to be discussing now. Now, before proceeding any further, if you have again any questions, put a Q in the question box. Maddie and team of Fountain Works will try to stop and make sure that the question is addressed. And that's how we'll do. I wanted to give also a quick shout out to our RFCs before we begin. They did a fantastic job with the stakeholders in making sure that where we are today, it's because of them. So thank you very much, all the regional field coordinators. I just want to make a quick note out that among the, we have 203 nominations to go through, and we are also already a little bit behind on time. Please do not send private chat messages to Jimmy. He will be the one who will be running from his computer the spreadsheet. If you send him any private messages, unfortunately, he will not be able to monitor them or make a comment about them. So it's not worth sending any private chat messages to Jimmy. With that, let me stop here and see if Roger, before we begin, Roger or Jerry, any other comments that I missed that you'd like to share?
For me, but apologize for the loss of our group for a short period of time. So hopefully that will not happen again.
No passing notes. Yeah. Okay. Roger, anything else from your side?
I may, at some point during the talk here, give updates on the status changes that we received late. And I know you received them as well. We'll try to keep everybody up abreast on that.
Absolutely. And before we jump into the next slide, first, I want to finally thank and recognize a few folks who have done a terrific job in making all this happen. Number one, Jimmy, Susan, and Shai. These are IR4 folks here. who have done a great job in getting it into the format that we are able to see and move forward with. There's a tremendous amount of work that's involved. And these folks with IT and lots of nominations, lots of things, they worked, they made sure that everything came together like this. So thank you very much, folks. I also want to thank Crystal and her team, Jen Hayes and Tashawn Jones. They were invaluable in their and very meticulous in their planning and preparation. That's one of the reasons things are running so smoothly. It's not an easy job, and there's a few months of preparation that went into this effort. So thank you very much, guys. And finally, last but not the least, Maddie and her team from Fountain Works. They're doing everything right now to make sure that we have this workshop happen as smoothly as possible. And regardless, still we end up having these technical difficulties that's simply beyond our control. Thank you all. Thanks for bearing with us. And next slide, please. So Jimmy, you want to go ahead and share at this point? Your screen? Jimmy has started sharing his screen. Okay.
So you should be able to see it at this point, I believe.
Not yet. Yeah, yes, you are coming through great. So just for you folks out there to understand what you are seeing, and Jimmy, if you could, if possible, if you want to zoom it even more, just a little bit, that is fine. Yeah. Perfect. So in column A, we have the PR numbers. Any assignment to of a priority or H priority or different priorities that we are going to assign to our requests, to the nominations, will be shown in column B. And Jimmy, along with Susan, they're working there in the background. Jimmy will be assigning a priority based on the discussion as we walk through. And we are going to walk through actually through column C. Column C is our crop group. So everything is categorized by crop group. So we'll go crop group by crop group on this. And you might be wondering what those yellow colored cells are on column F. That means those have gone through the EPA stoplight analysis. And that's one of the reasons. So when it is assigned yellow, which means caution, those are indicated there. The oranges and the yellows will be shown on them. On some of these, the requests that have been submitted post, like I said, July 1st, some of them have not gone through the analysis, and they will be submitted to EPA after the workshop later in November. And we'll come back, we'll get a note back from EPA on those as well. So I just want you to be aware of that every one of the projects that we will be working on will eventually go through the EPA's stoplight analysis. So with that, let me pause here. Jimmy, any thoughts or comments from your end before we get going?
I do not believe that there are any. If perchance that I make a mistake, I'm sure somebody will let me know. I do have available the chat to everyone, and I will try to keep an eye on it as best as possible. So if I've made an error in what is being requested for the priority, please let me know through the chat, and I will do my best to update as necessary. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jimmy. All right. If there are, in fact, I have my big notes here. So if there are no other questions, we will start jumping right into the first one here, which is PR. And I just want to let you know we are on crop group 1. Under crop group 1, we have three A project nominations. We have three A project nominations, A project nominations under crop group 1. First question out there, did we miss any nominations from the non-A nominated list? Any missing nominations? Okay, I didn't hear anything. So we are good. Then in that case, we are going to start with row number 5, PR number 10918, quinclorac. The project status is researchable. Only residue data is needed. We have an A nomination from North Central region and a C nomination from Northeast region. Any comments on this?
North Central would like to keep an A.
North Central would like to keep an A. Thanks, Tony. And it is an A. Okay. Jimmy? Yep, perfect. Then we go to 13114, pendimethalin on celeriac. The project status indicates that it's under evaluation. Under evaluation project status means that we don't have a registrant response favorable or unfavorable. But just want to let you know, by Wednesday, if this project status is not changed, even if it receives an A nomination now, if it does not change the project status into researchable, we will not be able to pick it for our research plan in 2022. So with that said, does the registrant BASF, if it is there, will have an opportunity to change the status now?
Please keep it under evaluation.
Thank you. Thanks, Greg. And if you're okay with this, Tony, could we make this a B?
Yep, that's fine.
Thank you. Go to 13134, 24D, potato. This is the last request in this crop group. And the project status is under evaluation. We have nomination from North Central region. It gave an A nomination to this. So the question to manufacturer, in this case, to the actually 24D task force, and I know we had lots of discussion on this one last time. Roger, any comments on this?
No, we just need to get at least one task force member to give us a decision on status, so it doesn't stay under evaluation.
Yeah, it has to do with the post use in redskin varieties for color enhancement. And just want to let you know that we received a EPA caution on this one.
Then yeah, the use on redskin is already in place. This is a request for the same rate and timings. They want to add non-red skin potatoes as well as the chipping type potatoes, I think. And also they want to claim weed control. So it may just be a label amendment, but there was lots of discussion last year about this. So we sort of left it at that last year.
That's right, Roger. Thanks for pointing that out.
I do recall one registrant said they would not support because it's such a low use rate that it's not a, it's a poor resistance management strategy, they thought.
Okay.
With those notes, North Central will have to do a B for now.
B for now. Thank you, Tony. Okay, we go to 1. Now we are going to crop group 3. We don't have any nominations since crop group 2. Did we miss any nominations for crop group 2? Okay, doesn't seem like it. So, okay, we have 1A nomination on crop group 3. That is the bulb subgroup. The first question is, again, did we miss any nomination within this crop group to get in the A list? Okay, the first one then is PR number 12816, Linuron. It's on dry bulb onions. The project status is researchable, only residue data is needed. We have an A nomination from Northeast region.
Northeast would like to keep this in A, please.
Thank you, Mary Lee. Okay, just pointing it out again, this one has an EPA caution. Okay, we move on to the.
Mary Lee, make sure that you understand that is muck soil only.
Thank you, Roger. Yes, we're aware of that.
All right, thanks.
Okay. Next one, we have 2 A nominations from crop group 4-16. Did we miss any other nominations in this crop group? Okay. We'll go to PR number 12529, Fenmetrifam on spinach. Shows that it's under evaluation right now. And we received an A nomination from Northeast with the requesting state, New Jersey. Questions to the manufacturer. Would you like to change the project status to make it researchable? Okay, we don't have Belgium. Anyone from Belgium on the call?
Oh, hi, it's Adam Vaughn here from Belgium. We've discussed this in previous years. That decision still, I think, is with Bayer Crop Science, whether they support that. So I would defer to them.
Any comments, Jessica? If Jessica is on the call.
Hi, Venkat. I think we still are not able to support that. So yeah, let's just leave it under evaluation.
Okay. So with that said, Mary Lee, question?
I would take a B for that unless I hear any objection from New Jersey.
No objection from New Jersey, Mary.
Thank you, Terry.
Thank you. We'll take a B.
Right, we go to 06288. That is pyridate on kale. And the project status is potential, which means it is efficacy and crop safety data before approval for residue study. We have A nominations, 2 A nominations, one from Northeast and the other from North Central. Anyone care to comment on the priority?
North Central would like to keep an A.
Okay, so in this case, since it's an efficacy crop safety data, we are looking at an H. Thanks, Tony. So A priority would automatically become H here in this case. Thank you. We move on to crop group 5-16. We have only 1 A nomination. And I'd like to ask if there are any missing, if you're missing any nominations to get this into A from the A list. Okay.
Saw a cue from Nancy.
Hey, Venkat.
Yes.
On pyridate, you can assume that that should also be yellow since it's an outdoor use.
Thanks, Nancy. Appreciate it.
And so will that go for all the pure date?
Yeah, if they're all outside, outdoor uses, that you can just change all of them to yellow. Good, thanks, Roger.
Thanks, Nancy.
This is Mary Lee. Thank you, Nancy. There are 4 nominations for Paradate on the books. Could it save us some time to just look at each of them, or do we want to keep going down the list?
We'll just go through the list. We'll bring any Paradate, we'll bring as a yellow. We'll call on the table, merely. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Sandra, you saw a cue in the chat. You want to go off mute?
I had a quick question on, I wanted to understand, what does the yellow mean for the manufacturer? What does the yellow mean in this case for NovaSource, in the case of Linuron, which has 2 yellows? How do we go about addressing it?
Nancy, you want to, I know we talked a little bit about this. You want to share your thoughts?
Sure. So throughout, I'm happy to explain the color that we gave to the extent that the information's available in public. So for Linuron, yellow just means the reason it got yellow is because the interim decision, which was issued in August of 2020, is very complicated and requires a lot of mitigation. So that some of those things need to happen before we can add new uses. So it's just that there are a lot going on in terms of changes to labels, potentially changes to existing uses, and that all has to be implemented. So that's why it's yellow.
Thank you, Nancy. In other words, also for us, the regulatory path is not straightforward. There could be some questions or issues that could be raised and that need to be resolved, just to be aware. Okay.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you. We are PR number 13156. Pyroxysul foam on cabbage, direct seeded cabbage. The project status is under evaluation. This one received a nomination from North Central Region. Any questions? Question first to the manufacturer. Would you like to, which is KI Chem, if they're on the call, would you like to change the status?
Yes, we are on the call, but we don't have a question.
Would you like to change the status from under eval to researchable?
Not this time.
Not this time. Okay. Great, thank you. Then question to Tony.
Hey, Venkat, this is Dan Heider, University of Wisconsin. This is my baby. We'll take a B on that then until we get to the point where it's researchable.
Thank you, Dan. Okay, we'll go with a B then. So we move on to the next crop group, 6. We have 4 A nominations. Did we miss any nominations that aren't showing up on this list? Okay, thank you. The first one, 02079, Fluazepop on peas. The project status is researchable. Only residue data is needed. I don't see a requesting state here, but the region that it got a nomination is from North Central Region, A. Any comments on this?
North Central, I'd keep an A.
Thank you, Tony. Keep it an A. The next one is 11774, Linuron on peas. The project status is researchable. Residue and ECS data needed. We have an A priority from a nomination that received from Southern Region.
And then Kat, this is, so I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, this is Janine in Southern Region. Would like to keep that an A if possible.
Thank you, Janine. Again, just a reminder, this one is an EPA caution, as you saw. The next one is 05295 pyridate, and all pyridate again is, as Nancy pointed out, it's a EPA yellow. Pyridate on peace, the project status is potential. ECS data before approval for residue study. And we have a nomination from Northeast region.
Then Kat, looks like we had a question from Daniel. It might have been on the previous line. Daniel, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I just was looking, and I don't have enough screens to have everything up. And Roger, if you could enlighten me as to the linear on P, what's different on this request versus what's labeled?
I don't know, other than it's maybe succulent versus dry.
Currently labeled on succulent. Edible, succulent shelled at least.
Yeah, we've gone back and forth. Sorry, this is Sandra. We've gone back and forth on that classification, and we do not have this particular succulent approved under our P registration.
Right, that's some of the comments that we have captured here. Commodity change from P, from succulent to edible, due to an edible pod P request received from California with a similar use pattern.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Sandra. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Sandra.
Excuse me, Venkat, this is Van.
Yep.
Before you get any further, maybe make a comment. The fluazepopin P was an A nomination from North Central, and there was no requesting state from the North Central. You might want to ask somebody from North Central to submit a request. So there is, if it's an A in the North Central, there ought to be a requesting state. Thanks.
Thanks, Van, for that. Yeah, would there be a requesting state on that one?
Yeah, I'll make sure of that. It's Michigan.
Okay. Thank you, Tony. All right, we go to 13328, correct? Or 05295, another P. Yep. This is the pyridate on P, and the project status is potential. Efficacy and crop safety data before approval for residue study. We have nominations from the Northeast region that received A. We have the requesting states, New Jersey and Delaware. Any comments?
I think unless we hear otherwise, the Northeast could take a B for this.
Thank you, Marilee. Great, moving on to one.
Excuse me, Venkat, should that be an M for performance since it's not?
Performance, yes, you're right. It should be a M. Thank you.
Sorry, Van.
No problem.
Thank you. So we go to PR number 13328, mesotrione on lima bean. And this is a manufacturer objective that's showing as a project status. We have an A nomination from North Central region. And we don't have a requesting state, number one. Any comments on this?
I think that was, did Norman Van Gessel submit that in Delaware?
Yes, he did. And we had this nominated before it became manufacturer objective, but we're happy to accept a manufacturer objective.
Okay. Exactly. So we move on. Okay, PR number 06. Now we go to crop group 8. There are 6 A nominations in crop group 8. Did we miss any nominations in this crop group? Okay. Since there are none, we start off with PR number 06529. Again, this one is pyridate. It's caution on tomatoes. And the project status is potential ECS data before approval for residue study. We have a nomination from Northeast region.
Again, unless there are any objections, Northeast will take a M.
Okay, thank you, Marilee. PR number 13069, Mazamox on processing tomatoes. This one is under evaluation as the project status. We received an A nomination from Western region. So question for the manufacturer here, Mazamox.
Yeah, Venkat, this is Craig. We haven't seen the data from this year's funded trials. So until we see that data, we're going to have to keep this as under evaluation.
Thank you, Craig. Michael, any comments? Michael probably is on mute.
Michael, we're hearing a little squeakiness. Let me send you the dial-in number in case you're having any problems.
Maybe Stefan?
No, that.
Hi, Venkat, this is Michael. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
sorry, something with my microphone. I've moved into a different office. We need a clarification on Mazamox. Is it exempt from tolerance? And if so, how would we handle this? I know that Brad Hansen is getting that data set for the data is being gathered this summer, but it's 2 questions. If it's exempt from tolerance, how should we handle this?
Debbie, would you like to share your thoughts?
Meanwhile, Venkat, yes, it is exempt from tolerance. I don't think that was always the question. We needed to see biology proof of concept data because it's imidazolinone on tomato, which is quite risky, although Brad's system that he's using is proven to be so far effective, but we need to see that, this year's data as we had revised the protocol. So to me, biology comes first before exempt from tolerance, but yes, it is exempt from tolerance. That's at least my comment.
And because it's exempt from tolerance, therefore it would not qualify for a PREA fee waiver. Nancy and I have talked a bit about if we can, if this is nominated, are there other paths forward at a reduced cost? But therefore would not be able to submit it and obtain the waiver from PREA fees.
And the registrant would be interested in covering those PREA fees if the biology plays out.
Okay, so should we make this actually manufacturer objective?
I think that's not an appropriate category because what the company's saying is they need to see biology data before they're willing to do it.
Okay, so we leave it the way it is and perhaps take a B on this one?
Venkat, this is Michael.
We also have IR4 funded trials going on, so we really can't lay it over to the manufacturer completely just yet.
Okay.
Venkat, if possible, I would just like to keep this as an A, and I'll talk with Brad here. I know he's going to join a little bit later to get some clarification, and then we may be, if it's not going to change anything, we'll move it to a B at the next go through.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
A little procedural question, would that be an H versus an A?
Yeah.
Well, don't we currently have trials going?
Well, it's residue trials, Jimmy. It's product performance trials.
Yeah, these are all efficacy crop safety trials. So maybe we can just, why don't we make it H?
Yes, that would work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kat, this is Mary Lee. I hate to interrupt, but I got a message from Terry that he wants to take one of our projects back to an A, and I'm not sure which one. Can Terry speak up?
Yeah, Mary, sorry everyone. No, I mean, it was regarding Pyridate, but since...
Is it on kale?
No, it was Fenmedifam, sorry. It was Fenmedifam, and I agree with the base that Mary Lee gave for spinach.
Okay.
No
So
change.
you would like to change that to A?
No, Venkat. No, we're good with a B.
You're good with a B, okay. Any questions, Mary Lee?
No, thank you. I just didn't want to miss something in case I misunderstood.
Yeah. All right, thank you. Here we are moving on. PR number 10464, pendimethalin, goji berry, and the project status is tolerance established. Basically, we need a efficacy crop safety data to add crop to the pest. And North Central region had an A nomination. By the way, we don't have a requesting state on this one. Any comments?
This use is on the UPL pendimethalin product, satellite hydrocat. It's the uses there. That use allows you a rate that's not quite up to where this request wants it, like 3 pints versus 3.15 pints, but it's on the pendimethalin, I mean, the generic pendimethalin label.
Okay. It says it's on the master label, but not on the commercial label.
Yeah, UPL put it on a commercial label.
They did put it on the commercial label. So we need to change, Roger, the project status?
Well, BASF needs more data, but I don't know if we're gonna go with primary registrant or any registrant making status changes. It's up to y'all.
Yeah, I would say that's a note or a comment from several years ago, and that was from BASF. I don't think there's any notification there about UPL.
Right. And it still says that they need at least 3 to 4 trials in key production areas.
Yep, that's BSF standpoint, but if it's registered on the generic label, then why wouldn't then this be use registered?
Let UPL take on the goji berry market.
Okay. So we change the project status in this one if it is already there on the commercial label there? Is that what it is?
Sounds right.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So we give it, yeah, perfect. Thank you. PR number 10465, SMARC on goji berry. This one is again another tolerance established. Need efficacy crop safety data to add the crop pest. A nomination came from North Central region. Any comments?
North Central would like to keep an A.
Okay, that means it's an H.
Sorry.
Any chance that's on a UPL commercial label? Was that note from 0809 is certainly from Syngenta.
Right. I don't know. We can keep it in H for now. And then Roger, will you have a chance to look at, see if it's there on the label?
You mean check some of the generic labels for that?
Yep, with UPL. Thank you, sir.
I think I did. That's why I don't have a specific note to myself on that project. So I think I've already checked. I'll check again.
Great, thanks, Roger. Good point, Van. Thank you. Okay, here we go. 02082. Fluazepop on pepper. The project status is researchable. Only residue data is needed. We have an A nomination from North Central Region. Any comments?
North Central, keep an A.
Okay, you're going with an A for Fluazepop. Thank you.
You might want to have a requesting state from a North Central on that one as well.
Yeah, we do. I thought we had some North Central. Yeah, that's true, Van. We probably need a requesting state as well, Tony.
Okay, I'll get that.
All right, here we go. We go to PR 09025, sulfentrazone on pepper. And the project status is tolerance established, need efficacy crop safety data to add the crop test again. And the nomination came from Northeast Region.
Northeast would like an H, please.
Northeast would like an H. Thank you, Mary Lee. And it is an H. Okay, we move from crop group 8 to 9. We have 4 A nominations in crop group 9. Just wanted to check if there are any missing nominations on this list. Okay, here we go. PR number 11776, etafluralin and clomazone on sugar beet vegetables. The project status is under evaluation. We have received 2 A nominations, one from Northeast, and the other from North Central Region. I want to check from Gowan, if someone is from Gowan to comment on this, on the project status. They would like to move from. Yep.
Venkat, the combination product, a strategy trade name is actually a Loveland product. Gowan has told us that, and we haven't spoken to Loveland in a while, so I'm not sure what they would say about changing status right now.
Yeah. So, Tony, Marilee, any comments?
Well, I think with that, if it's still under evaluation, unless someone else in the Northeast wants to keep it an A, we can go with a B. Do you think there's any chance of talking to Loveland, Roger?
I think the Gowan people gave us a contact name or looking for a contact person for us at Loveland, but I'm not sure if it went much further than that. I don't know. That's the answer.
This is Nikki from Gowan, and we gave that to you a few months back. I can get it again if you need it. Who should I give it to?
To Roger Bass.
Send it to me. And I'm sorry if I missed it. I apologize.
Okay.
Okay, well, then I think I'd like to keep it an A until we find out, and if it's still under evaluation, we'll consider changing that to a B.
Yeah, I'm just wondering on this particular project, would it require, I mean, it's 2 active ingredients that are already registered for that crop. Could a grow or not use as an internal tank mix at the appropriate rates? Do they need the combination product?
That's a good point, because I know people that do that, you know, mix the individual things to their specific needs. I don't know. It becomes regulatory, not biology.
Yeah, I think we were saying from almost 2019 that we need to discuss this with Loveland, and I'm not sure how much headway we made on that. Okay, we'll give it an A at this point. And Roger, if you can.
There's also the caveat here that both the clomazone
try
and
to see if you can get some answers.
Yeah, I was fixing to say that there was also the added information here that this is for post over the top of transplants, where the labels that Jerry was talking about are both pre-transplant for these crops. So companies may hesitate there as well.
Okay.
I'll check it out.
Thanks, Roger. Okay. Next one is PR number 12582. This is another combination product, flumioxazin and pyroxasulfone on melons. It's a potential. That's the project status, which is efficacy and crop safety data before approval for residue study. We have a nomination from North Central Region, and we don't have a requesting state.
This work is already ongoing in the field. We've got 4 trials covering the melons and cucurbits, melons, and squash, 4 different researchers this year. So I think Valen is checking on looking at their interim data to see if they can approve this for residue. And there's also KI that we have to consider as well. So it doesn't need to have necessarily get a priority for H+ because it already has one. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so does
Central will take M on this for now.
Okay. Okay, great, thank you.
Now that M is not going to go in the database and cancel out the current H+, is it? I don't know.
So the project status should be actually ongoing, need residue data only, or we don't know yet. This is the correct project status, but right now you're going for an M. Okay. Is that how, I mean, Jerry?
Residue is not ongoing, is it? It's performance work it's being done.
That is correct. Ongoing performance work. Based off of that, they'll look at, see if residue needs to happen.
So I would question whether or not, until you get the approval for the company to do residue, should you be setting a priority on that one?
Mm-hmm.
It seems like the status should be ECS data ongoing or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
This is Susan. I'm just looking up we're on 12582, right?
12582, yes.
In the database, it was an M priority from last year, and we don't have, it's not indicating that we have any trials. There's nothing going on with a performance study.
Yeah, it's the combination protocol with 12580, the cucumber one. We moved the cucumber forward with the understanding that this was going to get in the same protocol. And then my researchers agreed to also put a squash trial out there at the same time with the same, very similar, not exactly the same use patterns and rates. So We've got full
Okay.
trials for all the subgroups going on.
Okay, my
Yeah.
apologies. That is where I was looking at that part of it. And you're right. I recall this one now from last year. Thank you.
Right, and these comments were captured under the comment section there. Okay, great,
I
thank
think
you.
the status change just wasn't caught up to what was ongoing, the ECS data ongoing.
Right. Okay. We'll make that change. Next, PR number 02233 fluazepam on pumpkin. Project status is researchable, only residue data is needed. We have a nomination from North Central Region.
Keep an A from North Central.
A from North Central, okay. Thank you, Tony. PR number 131.
Excuse me, Venkat, you might want to get a request in from North Central State again.
Tony?
Yep. That's Michigan.
Okay. Okay, we move to crop group 10 now. We have 3A nominations. Crop group 10.
Venkat, I believe we still have 13199.
S-Mark on pumpkin.
13199. Okay, yes. S-Mark on pumpkin, tolerance established, need ECS data to add crop pest. Yes, that's the project status. We received a nomination from Northeast Region.
Northeast Region would like an H, please.
An H for Northeast, okay. Great, thank you. So we have 3. With that, we move on to crop group 10. We received 3A nominations. Are there any nominations missing from this list?
Venkat, this is Michael. I just want to do a voice check.
Yes, you're
sound okay? Thanks.
Yep. On these 3, just wanted to let you know, these are, Gowan has indicated that they will not support hal sulfuron for orange, lemon, or grapefruit. I know the nominations came from the Southern region, but just want to let you know. Any comment?
Yeah. Just thank you, and I will let the requester know.
Thank you, Janine.
This is Nikki with Gowan. Can you tell me what region that came from?
From Southern region, all
Southern.
3 from Florida.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Crop group 11, we have 2A nominations. Have we missed any nominations? Okay, we go to PR 12722, pyroxasulfone on pears. The project status is potential. Efficacy crop safety data before approval for residue study. We have A nominations from Northeast and North Central regions.
Northeast would like an H, please.
H from North Central.
Okay, all right. Then it is 13335. That is ACC, which is aminocyclopropane carboxylic acid. On pear, project status is potential. Efficacy crop safety data before approval for residue study. We have a nomination from Western region.
Venkat, might need to verify this, but I think this is exempt, so it wouldn't necessarily need residue. Yeah, is Greg on the call?
Yes, I think you're right, Roger. So this would be efficacy crop safety.
Yeah, that's, so this should be efficacy data only, isn't it? Researchable efficacy data only?
Yeah, ECS data only.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Venkat, this is Michael. We're going to have projects for this in integrated solutions. And so this can be moved to a B at this time.
Okay, we make it a medium, M. Thank you, Michael. All right, we are going to crop group 12. There are 8 A nominations. Quick check to see if there are any missing nominations from this list. All right, we start with PR 13325. Flazosulfuron on cherry. The project status is potential ECS data before approval for residue study. We have 2 A nominations, one from North Central, other from Southern. Any comments?
This is Janine from Southern Region. I will defer to Katie Jennings if she's on. I know she made this request. Katie, do you want to speak for it?
Do we have Katie on the call? Okay.
Okay, well then I will suggest we move this to a B.
Okay, we go with a B on this one.
Venkat, this is Roger. Each of the stone fruit flazosulfuron requests, Canada is working on this also. So would the registrant accept Canadian efficacy and crop safety and reduce what we need to do here?
Good question. First, let's make this an M. And would the registrant accept Canadian data? Is that what you're asking, Roger?
Yeah, because they're working on all 3 of these stone fruit crops as well. Christine, I've got that right, correct?
Yes, correct. Roger.
So anyone on the ISK, I mean, Mike or Carol, probably Carol. We don't have anyone probably from ISK Roger on this call. I don't know. So we'll leave it at M and move on. And maybe we have a follow-up question for ISK on that one.
It looks like we have a cue from Marcelo.
Marcelo, okay.
Am I on?
Yep.
Hi, Marcelo Moretti, OSU here. I did talk to the manufacturer a while ago, and they indicated that there were crop injury that was possibly related to low CEC soils. So I think we need to move forward carefully here rather than using Canada data.
Okay. Thanks, Marcelo. I was told that perhaps I might be coming, my voice might be breaking up here. I just cut off my video feed so that just to save the bandwidth. Thanks, Maddie, for that. And we'll take an M on this and move to the next one. PR number 12574, Quinclorac on cherries. The project status is potential. Efficacy crop safety data before approval for residue study. We have a nomination from North Central Region.
I'd like to keep an A for North Central.
which is an H. Thank you. Thanks, Tony. We move on to PR 13334. Again, the same thing on the ACC flower fruit thinning product on cherries. They need the efficacy, and this is the correct project status, needs efficacy crop safety data only. And the nomination came from Western Region.
Yes, we'd like to move this to an M, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Michael. M. PR number 13323, Plazosulfuron on peach. The project status is potential efficacy crop safety data before approval for residue study. Nominations came from North Central and Southern Region, both A's.
Hey, Venkat, can we leave this as a H, please?
Okay, you're going with an H. Thank you, Janine. PR 12572, Quinclorac on peach. Project status is again potential efficacy crop safety data before approval for residue study. We have 3 A's coming in from Northeast, North Central, and Southern Region.
Northeast would like an H, please.
Okay, so go with an H. PR number 13324, Plazosulfuron on plum. The project status is again potential efficacy crop safety data before approval for residue study. North Central Region and Southern Region both gave it A.
North Central would like to keep an A.
Okay, we will give an H on this one.
There wouldn't be any sort of crop grouping we could do on these, is there? For stone fruits?
What is the question, Tony? Sorry, I didn't get that.
Could this be labeled as like a crop group?
For the, you mean rep crops or
for stone fruit?
For stone fruits.
Not sure. There's a lot of similarities here.
Between
like
cherry and plum
peach
and
plum. Yeah,
yep.
Peach plum cherry.
Yep.
Just
I would imagine if it got an H plus, we would put in there in the protocol. I put in there the option to do it on each crop and get data across all the different crops.
Okay.
I agree. Just like we did Azoxy last year. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
For the plum, you might want to get a Michigan request or a request in the system. There's only North Carolina and California.
Yeah.
Okay.
So PR number 12573, Quinclorac on plum. Potential, the project status is potential efficacy crop safety data before approval for residue studies. We have A nominations from North Central and Southern Region. We have a B from Western Region. Any comments?
Venkat, this is Southern Region. We would be okay taking an M on this.
Okay, great. And we don't have a requesting state anyway, but that's good. Okay, thanks, Janine. PR number 13336. Again, this is the ACC product on apricots, need efficacy and crop safety data. Michael, the Western Region had an A nomination.
This would move to an M as well, please.
Okay. Thank you. Right, we're done with crop group 12. crop group 13. There are 8 A nominations. Quick check here. Did we miss any nominations? Okay, we go with PR number 11128. Turbacil on caneberry. The project status is potential efficacy crop safety data before approval for residue study. We have 2 A nominations, North Central Region and Southern Region.
And then Kat, can we keep this as an H for the southern region, please?
Yes, ma'am. Go with H on this one. 1332, 2,4-D choline on caneberry. This project is under evaluation, and we have a nomination from Southern Region. Roger, any comments on this?
I don't think I've heard back on the choline from Corteva.
Okay, wondering if.
Hold on, this is me. This is Carteva. I got kicked off for some reason. Sorry about that. So the 2,4-D choline on caneberry. Yeah, we would like to see some efficacy crop safety data on that before moving forward with it.
Okay, so we leave it under eval.
Looks
Or
like
call it potential.
Oh, call it potential. Okay, yeah, change to potential.
Yeah, put potential.
Nancy, would you like to come off mute?
Yeah, sorry, I just had a comment about Turbacil. I know you're looking at ECS work first. That one was not on the stoplight analysis, but Turbacil is on our sort of historical red light hold list. So I just wanted to point that out, that I can look into whether we would call that a red right now, but at the very best, consider that an orange.
Okay. All right, so Janine, you heard the comments from Nancy?
Yes. Can we leave Turbacil in H for now and revisit that in the next round? And for the 2,4-D choline, let's also make that an H for now, and we'll think about how we want to move forward with that. Thank you.
Great, and I'll try to have something more definitive by Wednesday.
Thank you, Nancy, and thank you, Janine. Appreciate. So we are giving.
And Nancy, this is Van. I guess you probably know that a project like that with a status of ECS data only or potential doesn't come into you in July. They never have, and that's why you
Okay.
see that.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
But it's potential factor.
But it's a good thing that you brought that up. Thanks.
Thank you. All right. We go with PR number 132H7, fluoropyroxafen benzoyl on grape. It's under evaluation as project status, and we have an A nomination from North Central Region. Brian, any thoughts on this one?
Yes, I do, as a matter of fact. We would put this under, this would be potential, and we'd like to see some crop safety data. And I understand they're looking at both a dormant application and an in-season application. I think we'd be pretty comfortable with the dormant application, but would want to see some crop safety anyway, and efficacy while they're at it. But the in-season, we would most definitely want to see crop safety data on such a high-value crop as grapes, especially wine grapes.
Thank you, Brian. Tony, any thoughts?
I'd like to keep it an A or H.
Right, make it an H. 13304, again, 2,4-D on strawberry. Corteva, the project status is under evaluation. We have an A nomination from Southern Region.
Yeah, we will change this to manufacturer support.
A manufacturer objective?
Pardon?
The manufacturer will not support?
No, will support. We will support.
Okay.
And we'd like to see some crop safety when they do that as well.
All right.
So residue concurrent with efficacy crop safety?
Right, right. I'm trying to recall, had you guys already provided some efficacy data on this crop safety?
I don't know if I've seen any.
But this is just going down the middles, right?
I think it's in the middle. I think Katie submitted this.
Roger, yeah, this is Katie. And so we have several years of data and we're looking in the row middles only. And so we have good crop safety with that. We've also done some greenhouse work. And so we've got a lot of data that I can send on to Roger.
Well, that would be wonderful if you would.
And for a small fee, I'll send it to Brian.
Yeah, manufacturer support, and we'll take all that data you have.
It will make that researchable. Residue plus EC data needed. And Southern region has an A on this one.
Yes, please.
Okay. So with an A. PR number 13322. Plazosulfuron on strawberry. The project status is potential efficacy to crop safety data before approval for residue study. We have a nomination from Southern region.
Katie, do you have a comment whether you'd like to keep this an H for now, or are you okay to move this to an M?
I'm okay to move it.
Okay, we'll take an M for that, please. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And it is an M. PR number 12579. Flumioxazin and pyroxasulfone on strawberry. The project status is potential efficacy crop safety data before approval for residue studies. We have 2 A nominations and a B. A nominations coming in from Southern region and Western region. B coming in from Northeast.
Southern region would like to keep this in H for now, please.
Southern region goes for an H, and H it is. Thank you, Janine. 11611 Quinclorac on strawberry. The project status is potential efficacy crop safety data before approval for residue study. We have a B from Northeast region. We have 2 A's, one from North Central and Western region.
North Central would like to keep an A.
North Central would like to keep an A, and there is a missing state there. Tony?
Okay, that's Michigan.
Okay, you're gonna add Michigan. Okay, thank you. And
That would be an H, right?
H, exactly. PR number 13168, pyroxasulfone on cranberry. The project status is under evaluation. We received A nominations from 3 regions, Northeast, North Central, and Western. Question to the manufacturer, KI Chem, would you like to change the project status?
Not for now. We have to discuss with our business partner.
Okay, so thank you, Rima.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Question to the RFCs then.
Well, Northeast would like to keep it in A for now and see if we can get an answer before the workshop's over.
Okay, you'd like to keep it in A because I know this seems to be the #1 weed issues in cranberries. Okay, dotted grasses. All right. So we go to crop group 14. We have 1A nomination. Any misses? Any missing nominations from this crop group? Okay, thank you. We have PR number 13065 NAA, and the commodity is hazelnut. Project status is researchable, residue and ECS data needed. The nomination, A nomination, comes in from Western Region.
Yes, Venkat, this is Michael. We'd like to keep this as an A, please.
Okay. By the way, it was noted that an SLN for use in Oregon was recently submitted. Any additional thoughts on that?
Venkat, this is Dan Kunkel. I think that's for establishment of new plants. So it's a non-bearing label.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Okay, thanks, Dan. So we would go with an A on this one. Crop group 15, there are 3 A nominations. A quick check there to see if any nominations are missing from this list. Okay. PR number 07883 on pyridate. Sweet corn here, project status is researchable, residue and ECS data needed. A nomination comes from Northeast region.
Roger, I have in my notes that this may become a manufacturer objective. Do you know anything about that?
I don't recall that, but that's not to say I missed something too.
Okay, and I might have gotten something wrong too, but that's in my notes.
So any thoughts on this one, Marilee?
Well,
let me interrupt you here. I got a note from never mind, wrong registrant. I'm sorry. I'll be quiet.
Well, do we have someone on the call that can answer this question?
Anyone from Belgium? The question is whether this is a manufacturer's objective. Okay, no, we don't have an answer on that one.
Okay, well, I'll keep it an A for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll go with an A for now. One 13184 clethodim on rice. The project status is researchable, only residue data is needed. The A nomination comes from Western region.
Yes, we'd like to keep this as an A. It's an extremely limited acreage. Application is spot treatments to control weedy red rice. Nancy, could you possibly comment on why this would be an EPA orange?
It is an EPA yellow, I think, Nancy, correct?
No, this one's orange.
Orange,
and
okay.
Michael, I was anticipating that question. So the reason it's orange is because our data requirement regulations for rice triggers the need for an aquatic field dissipation study. I know this is for spot treatment, but it just means that the registrant would need to submit a waiver request from the aquatic field dissipation study, and we would have to accept it. So there's some uncertainty there. I mean, it's a potential path forward, but it's not necessarily smooth sailing.
All right, thank you, Nancy.
And this is Debbie, Michael, and we would also want to check with California because we have information that although EPA may accept a waiver, it's less definitive in California.
All right, thank you, Debbie.
Even with that, Michael?
Yes, I'd like to keep it as an A. I'll consult with the Rice folks over the next day or so.
Okay. Give it an A. Right, thank you, Michael. 13161, Inoxidin on intermediate wheatgrass. The project status is researchable, only residue data is needed. We have a nomination coming in from North Central Region.
I'd like to keep an A for this one, and there's quite a bit of support with this one in South Dakota. I have Greg Ricks on the call. He could make a comment too.
Yeah, it's probably more of Minnesota, but I'm more speaking on their behalf. They don't have anyone here, a neighboring state. So but anyway, yeah, they really don't have any. They got 4,000 acres of this crop now apparently. So and they don't really have any post-emergence grass herbicides. It's a grass crop, so it would be a good one.
Okay, thank you, Greg.
Venkat, if you look at the comments, it appears that Syngenta considers this that no residue is likely needed, and because of the ChemSac approval for extension of tolerances. Is that something that should be considered here? Or maybe Gordon or someone from Syngenta could comment further?
No, this is Tom Willard. We took it that IR4 would be able to make that ChemSac decision to translate from wheat to wheatgrass, therefore no residue or crop safety required. And then we'd put it on the label.
Yeah, we need to have it go through the nomination process before we can get the waiver for submission. So that's why it needs to get an A at least initially so that it comes to the floor. And then potentially we can move forward without actually doing residue study. But in order to get the public, to satisfy the public interest finding, we need to go through the workshop process.
Perfect.
Great. Thanks, Debbie. Okay, crop group 18. We have one A nomination. Just checking if there are any others that are missing from the list. PR 13308, saflufenicil on clover. The project status is potential efficacy crop safety data before approval for residue study. We have a nomination from Western Region.
Yeah, we've talked about this a bit, and unless Oregon, it's not something new has changed, this can be moved to a B.
Which is M. Okay. Thank you, Michael. 1318. So now we go to crop group 20. We have 14 A nominations for crop group 20A. Did we miss any? Okay. We start off with PR number 13185, Pronomed on canola, and the project status is potential efficacy crop safety before approval for residue study. And the nomination, A nomination, came from Western Region. Any comments?
Just give me a second. I'm just checking a note on this.
Yeah, this is Doug Walsh from Washington State. And we have some weed scientists that are conducting some research right now, but it didn't rain. And so that was the sort of their issue, that the material did not get into the field because there was no rain.
Yeah, I think the story on this one, that it's safe in canola, but the carryover effect into small greens after that, as the registrant's concerned. So any kind of efficacy crop
Roger.
safety will be a couple of years in the making before anything can go forward with residue, I think.
So
That's
can we make
correct.
this a B? This is Rhonda from Idaho. Can we make this a B to keep it kind of on the front burner?
I think that would be the way to go, Rhonda.
Okay, thanks, Michael.
You know, initially this came through as sort of a regional request, and then some of the upper Midwest states sort of jumped into it. And so, you know, we're not sure whether there's any data coming out of the upper Midwest that would support this.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Doug and Rhonda. We'll give it an M then. Okay. 1314524D. Gold of Pleasure, this is Camelina. The project status, most updated one is manufacturer will not support, while the A nomination came from North Central region. 24D, manufacturer will not support. Any comments? Okay. PR number 13337, acetochlor. This is Camelina again. Bayer indicated it will not support. A nomination came from North Central region. This one manufacturer, yeah, no support. PR number 12338, Remoxanil, Camelina. Project status, potential efficacy crop safety data before approval for residue study. We have a nomination from North Central region.
I'd like to keep it an A, and I don't know if Greg has any more comments on that one.
You could keep it an A. The only challenge with that one is, I mean, if there's relay soybeans growing underneath it, there has to be 30 days before you can plant the soybeans, but that's not the case with all Camelina. So I guess, yeah, keep it an A. So, yep.
It will go with H then. Let's give it an H. Jimmy, thank you. All right. PR number 13144, Dicamba, another Camelina. The project status here is under evaluation. We have a nomination from North Central region. And we have a question on this one for the manufacturer, Corteva. It's an EPA caution. Brian, any thoughts on this one?
Or
this is BSF.
Yeah, you need to ask.
BS. Okay. Sorry. Craig.
We don't know much about this one. Basically, the Camelina would have to be dicamba tolerant, correct?
The thought was that
the relay soybeans would have to be dicamba tolerant.
But I thought in the request it said that the Camelina would also have to be dicamba tolerant.
I don't think so. I think they're going to try to see if the dicamba will help the Camelina toward a quicker harvest. Is that right, Greg?
Yeah, in addition to kill existing broadleaf weeds that would be there, you know, to make harvest, that would make harvest difficult. It would be apply the crop would be nearly mature, the Camelina crop, or mature, you know, so, but there would be soybeans, you know, dicamba resistant soybeans growing underneath it in a relay, like Roger was saying.
Mm-hmm. I see here the PCR use pattern says fuller application close to harvest soybean growing underneath them. Must be dicamba resistant. Okay, I got you. I think we need to keep this one under evaluation. We need to, talk more with our local folks to see how an Ingenia product might fit into this. So at this point, I think we're going to have to keep this under evaluation.
Gotcha. Thank you, Craig. Tony, any thoughts on this?
Let's keep it an A for now and see what we can do.
Okay, so Craig, perhaps if you can, if the thing needs to be changed to researchable, then maybe you wanna by tomorrow or so, if you can help with that, that'd be great.
All right, will do.
Thank you, sir. Okay, PR number 13164, dimethenamide on Camelina again. The project status is under evaluation. North Central gave an A nomination. This is also another EPA caution. So question for BASF.
Again, I think we need to keep this under evaluation. We really haven't talked about this one much.
Okay. Tony, any comments?
We can move this one to a B for now. We have a lot of Camelina going on, so we'll take this. We'll take the one before that and keep this. Yeah, make this a B.
Okay.
Yep, I agree.
Great. We'll go with a B on this one. 13152, Fomesafen, Camelina. The project status is potential efficacy crop safety data before approval for residue study. We have a nomination coming in from North Central Region, NA. And the only thing, of course, some comments here are must be aware of regional use restrictions for Reflex. Roger, any comments on the use restrictions here?
I'm sorry, I slid away from the desk. Basically, it's the typical stuff about reflex carrying over. You had to worry about in what regions up there you're putting it in based on their label.
Okay. Any comments on this one then?
Well, what do you think the importance of this is, Greg? You think this one's high on the list?
Well, going back to what we just talked about, the dicamba, it would be used, right when the crop is basically mature, nearly mature, basically mature, to clean up any existing weeds. It's not going to hurt the soybeans growing underneath the relay soybeans. So it'd be good to maybe have something, either this one, dicamba, or lactofen, which we're going to come up on next. So see, we lost 2,4-D. That was one of the ones, and our glyphosate as well. But yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
We should keep something here. We got lactofen's probably the one we get the best chance at this point. Then when that's coming up here, that one's researchable. So is that,
yeah,
I don't know, answer anything or?
Yeah, with the chance of losing the dicamba, then let's make this an A.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll go with an H then on this one. Thank you. 13155, lactofen on Camelina again. Project status researchable, only residue data is needed. We have a nomination from North Central Region.
Yeah, it's the same herbicide family as the fomesafen we just talked about. So probably keep it an H, see what one of these we can get. So be good to have that option. It's like Tony just said, in case we lose dicamba as well. So
Greg, you want to go for an A on this one then?
Yeah, yep.
Okay. You go for an A because Valent has indicated that there's no need for efficacy data. It seems like they have that.
All right, cool.
So PR number 13339, pyroxasulfone on Camelina, project status potential efficacy crop safety data Before approval for residue study, we have a nomination from North Central Region.
We can drop this to a B.
Okay, we'll give it an M on this
agree.
one. (10211) Quinclorac on Camelina. Project status is researchable, only residue data is needed. We have a nomination again from North Central Region.
Drop this one down.
Yep, I'd agree with that. And we don't, relay soybeans are not going to be an option with quinclorac if you apply that. So drop that down. Good point.
Okay, we give this a B. Okay. 13327 clomazone on sesame now. The project status is tolerance established, need efficacy crop safety data to add crop pest. We have a nomination from Southern Region.
I'm sorry, you said the status is tolerance established?
That is right, Janine.
Okay.
Need efficacy crop safety data to add crop or pest.
Okay, I think we're okay to move this to an M. Connor, are you on the line?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay, that's okay. All right, great. Thank you.
It's M. Thank you, Janine. PR number 11537 at the Fluoralin on sesame. Project status is researchable, only residue data is needed. Southern Region has an A nomination coming in.
And then for ethylfluoralin, we're okay to move this to a B as well.
Okay, thank you. We have 11148 glufosinate on sesame. Project status is researchable, residue and efficacy crop safety data is needed. And nomination coming in from Southern Region with an A.
Yes, Venkat, we want to keep this as an A, please.
Okay.
And I just want to take the opportunity to note that there was another glufosinate sesame request for desiccation use. I don't see it on this list because it wasn't available during the nomination process, but I want to bring it up now and make sure what I need to do to make sure that will also be considered, whether it is folded into this current project or if we need to make a nomination for it on our own. But that was 09589. That was changed from under evaluation to supported for residue, I believe, for that desiccation use. So can you comment, Venkat or Roger, or how should we handle that?
Is it 09589? That's glufosinate sesame. It's showing as researchable, residue and EC data needed. Yeah. So.
Yeah, remember we had talked about this. I wanted to get it added, but we decided to wait until.
Right. So, yeah. We can. So I'm trying to understand what is the difference between this one, the 09589 and 11148.
Yeah, they're different.
So 11148 is a pre-emergence and row middle use pattern. And the one that Janine just mentioned for desiccation is the 09589 thing. So they are two different use patterns. BASF has told us that if both of these get priority, well, actually, if one of them gets prioritized, it might be more efficient to do them both as residue, even though that's multiple plots in every trial. But we can sort of, tease out what's important and what's not from the residue numbers after that. Craig, can you comment on that?
Yeah, that's correct, Roger. We're fully supportive of the in-crop use, either the pre-plant burn down or the row middles. I think we had, commented on that one, that we're fully supported. In the desiccation, we've initially said no, but I think further discussion, we basically, for domestic use, would support this, but we will be limited to what the total amount of glufosinate on the sesame crop per year. So we'll be rate limited. So if there's a pre-plant burn down or a row middle application and then follow with a desiccation treatment, that will be limited to certain rates across the season crop. And we're bound to have residues in the harvestable commodity, the sesame. And I think I had mentioned in my note that at this moment, we're not committing to submitting and supporting MRLs for export markets. For domestic use is fine, but for export markets, we're not committing to secure those export MRLs. So this is a desiccation adds some complication to use of glufosinate in sesame, but as long as the workshop understands that we are supportive of both of the registrant, but we're going to be limited to rate what we can apply, and working backwards, if you want to desiccation treatment, well, then you're going to be limiting your rate for the early season applications. That was probably more complicated than you wanted, right?
Well, Craig, let's make this more complicated.
Okay, let's go.
If you're going to limit, I mean, if you're concerned about export MRLs, this is predominantly, this crop goes to Japan and the Asian market. And if you're not going to,
we know that.
Yeah, that's going to be almost a showstopper.
That's why we're saying that we support domestic and North American exports to Canada and Mexico, but Japan could be a problem to secure those necessary MRLs.
Yeah. I don't think it's good.
Hopefully with reducing the rate for the desiccation, maybe we can reduce what the true residue and MRL would be. And I think I said in my comments that we would need a further assessment of the export MRL actions once we see the data and the residue in the seed. So there is a bit of a contingency, I guess, worked into our response. Again, desiccation brings some complication into the use of glyphosate and sesame for this project.
And I take it probably the same risks hold for 09589 as well. Correct?
To me, Venkat, there's more risks. We're fully supportive of 11148. There's no question. We are contingently supportive of the desiccation project, but it doesn't have to be all or one, but it cannot be desiccant without the early season application. So either way, we have an issue with rate if you include 2 or 3 treatments of glyphosate on a season. So we can discuss it more later in the workshop if you want.
Yeah, we can definitely bring 09589 for nomination. That's not a problem, but you heard it, Janine. So what are your thoughts?
Yes, let's please keep it an A for now and keep this conversation going. Thank you.
So 11148 will receive an A. And you're also saying bring 09589 into nomination, give that an A as well?
Yes, please.
Okay. Jimmy, we got it. Yeah. Okay. See that. Final thoughts on these 2 projects. On this one, I want to kind of check with Jerry on this. Jerry, what are your thoughts?
Glufosinate?
Yeah, on the glufosinate.
I mean, we can keep it as an A now. I think it's going to be a pretty tough climb to get no detectable residues if you're using it as desiccant. I mean, I think you have a reasonable shot for a row middles because it shouldn't be any detectable residues. Not that there's a lot of space between rows of sesame. That's sort of a tough one too. But yeah, I just don't think that it's going to be tough to to get to no detectable residues. But I think we need to honor Janine's request to keep it as an A now, and then later on, if it needs to be reduced to a B or C or drop, we can do that.
Understood. Thank you. Right, we move on to 11951, pyroxasulfone on sesame. The project status is potential. ECS data before approval for residue study. We have a nomination coming in from Southern Region.
We would like to keep this in H, please.
Great, thank you, Janine. And it is an H. Next one, we are moving to crop group 22A. We have a single nomination. Are there any nominations that are missing? Okay. PR number 12935, pyroxasulfone on asparagus. Project status is researchable, only residue data is needed. We have 2 A nominations, one from Northeast and other from North Central.
Northeast wants an A, please.
Northeast wants an A. Thank you, Marilee, and it is an A.
I think we have a cue from Terry. Go ahead.
Yes, thanks, Maddie. Terry Bezonson, New Jersey. I had a question regarding pyroxasulfone. It's considered as researchable for asparagus, but it's not researchable for, I mean, it's still under evaluation for some other crops. So can we get some light on that?
All right. Maybe KI Chem can answer that. Rima?
Could you, sorry, I couldn't hear well the question. Could you repeat the question?
Yeah, the question was regarding pyroxasulfone. It's researchable for asparagus, but it's under evaluation for some other crop, cranberry, for example. So I was wondering what was the reason behind that?
Okay. So we produce the active ingredient, and our business partner sell the end use product in United States. So we have to we need this support from the business partner. So we have to discuss before we answer we have to discuss with business partner if they can support. So that's why we need the discussion before we say the answer to you.
Terry, it seems like at this point on some of these, we just have to keep it under evaluation, and they'll take it back and come back to us at some point. Seems like that, but we'll give it an A for now on this one. All right, we are going to crop group 23A. And we have 1 nomination only in that. And are there any that are missing? Okay, 13348, fluridone on olives. The project status is under evaluation. Wonder if Lee is on the call from CPRO.
Yes, I am.
It's showing as evaluation, Lee, and wondering if you would be willing to change and make it researchable.
Yes.
So researchable as both efficacy and crop safety data needed concurrently, or one before the other?
Venkata, we talk about that in a different format, and if you recall.
Help me with that. I'm having a senior moment. I apologize. So is this, if you are saying it's researchable, correct?
So in this case, sorry, I got the definition. So the CPRO has generated enough data, and but CPRO is
Oh, yes.
okay.
Yeah,
That rings
so
the bell. Yeah.
VenCap from the West, we would like to nominate this as an A, and we understand that there's some other discussions that need to take place about the data.
Gotcha.
Looks
Okay.
like we also have a cue from Brad Hanslin. Brad, go ahead.
I was just going to say the same thing Michael Horak just said. Actually, we've done quite a bit of work from crop safety standpoint over the last few years, and it's very solid from a safety standpoint. I'd like to keep it as an A.
Okay. We'll give it an A, 13348.
All right, so is this residue only?
This will be actually so on this one, we have some residue and efficacy data that is already generated. We'll have to see how best we had discussions about this. On this one, Jerry, what are your thoughts on this one?
Well, it's still, the company's given us a go-ahead to do researchable, correct? And California wants to do it. If the residue and the crop safety data, which is going to be needed anyways for California, can be done concurrently, then it's just given an A. And we just have to make a note that we will do it both at the same time.
Right. Okay.
Elise,
We'll
did you have a comment?
Yes, I did. My name is Elise Oliver, and I work for the California Olive Committee. And I just wanted to say, on behalf of the table olive industry, we're in support of the priority A status.
Excellent. Okay. We'll make it A on this one. And moving on to the next one, we have crop group 24, 8 A nominations. Question is, are there any nominations that you don't see on this list that needs to be brought in? Okay. PR number 13331, chlorpyroxyphen benzyl on pomegranate, and the project status is need efficacy and crop safety data only. We have a nomination from Western Region.
Yes, we'd like that as an, so I guess it would be an H. We'd like that as an H, please.
Yes, and it will be an H. PR number 13296, glufosinate on mango. The project status is under evaluation. Again, there's an A nomination from Southern Region. So wondering what BSF's Craig's thoughts are on this one.
Well, mango, if I understand it correct, and on the list is under 24B, and that is part of the project that we're about ready to submit through IR4HQ on the crop group 24B with the banana project. So residue would be covered by another project. Right?
Okay.
It would be covered by the banana project?
Isn't mango in 24B?
Yeah, 24B.
Right, it is.
Banana is one rep crop and avocado is the other one.
Right.
Avocado's already been, is pending at the agency, and we're submitting now the other half of the crop group here later this month through IR4HQ. So mango residue perspective would be covered. Now, crop safety is a whole different issue. So we would at least want to see some type of crop safety indication from the what will be the registered use pattern in the crop group.
So let's make it an H.
Let's make it an H, and we will make it as only ECS data needed. Correct?
As far as I know.
All right, thank you. PR number 11933, saflufenicil on mango. Project status is potential, ECS data before approval for residue study.
Right. So
We
make that an H as well. Yeah.
H. So we don't have, this is from Southern region, so Michael?
That's Jonathan and.
Oh, Jonathan, okay.
Yeah,
H,
no,
I'm sorry.
that's Southern region, yes.
Okay, it's an H.
Yep.
Okay. 13263, fluorpyroxyfen benzyl, papaya, and project status is need efficacy and crop safety data only.
From the West, we'd like to see that as an H, please.
Yeah.
We have an H. Okay, from the Western region. PR number
Well, West
10.
and South, sure. Go ahead.
West and South. We don't have an A nomination from South at all, but we'll give it an H on the Western region. Thank you. So PR number 10238, glufosinate, sugar apple. Project status is potential. Efficacy crop safety data before approval for residue study. We have a nomination from Southern region.
Yep, it's an H.
H from Southern region on this one. PR number 1330, glufosinate dragon fruit. The project status is under evaluation. We have a nomination from Southern region.
Yep, make it an H.
Well, so I'm wondering on this one, is it potential or is it only ECS data needed? We don't have any residue data on this one.
We need a response from BASF.
Yeah.
Okay, and my response, I think I've said, I told Roger and Armando that keep it under evaluation so we can, until we get the seedlings to do a pot study and determine some initial crop safety evaluation. So let's keep that under evaluation until we get those seedlings and can do our internal pot study in the greenhouse.
You're going to grow dragon fruit from seed?
Armando, I thought, was sending us seedlings.
No, you don't grow it from seed. You grow it from cuttings. So
then cuttings.
Armando says that late October he will send plants to BASF. That's what he said, after October.
Okay, yeah, because it's not seedlings. It'll be cuttings. Yeah.
Hey, Jonathan, I'm going to suggest that we put this down to a B for now. I don't think we're going to be able to move forward with that one.
Yeah, the dragon fruit glufosinate?
Yes.
Yeah, so sure, make it a B. Sure.
Okay, it's a B.
Yeah.
PR number 13329, paraquat, dragon fruit, and project status is researchable, residue and efficacy data needed. We have a nomination from Southern region. So it'll be
it's an A. It's an A.
It's an A, okay. So Syngenta supports an A on paraquat. Okay. 10241, glufosinate, passion fruit.
Venkat.
Yep.
I'm sorry, Venkat. You back up. There's an EPA hold question mark out there in column G. Is that going to influence our paraquat decision here?
Well, I think Nancy wants to weigh in too.
Yeah, I was just going to jump in. Paraquat for another crop was rated orange, which is proceed with extreme caution. The interim decision was issued in August 2021, so just recently, and there's a lot of mitigation in there to address worker risks.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Nancy. So Janine or Jonathan?
Yeah, so still an A, right?
Okay. Okay, we'll go with
There's,
Dave.
yeah, you have to have a herbicide. I mean, anyway.
Okay.
Yeah, John, you gotta remember, if we're working on a herbicide that does not have a clear path forward, you're wasting years if you really need a herbicide. So you gotta be smart about what herbicide you pick.
Okay, well.
You know, so be, you know, that's just be wise.
Yeah, no, I get that. So then make it a B.
Okay.
That'd be the best thing to do. And we'll try to figure out what other herbicide may have a way forward someday.
Okay. So B, thank you, Jonathan. 10241 glufosinate passion fruit.
Just make it an H.
This one, H, we got nomination from Southern Region. Okay, we go for an H on this one. Then we move to crop group 25AB. We have one nomination, 1A nomination, and a PR number. Any missing on this one, please? 25AB. Okay.
And the Western region would like to see this as an A.
Like to see as an A. Okay. By the way, the project status is, yeah, residue and ECS data needed. So perfect. It's an A on this one. Crop 26, 1A nomination. Are there any that are missing? Okay. We have PR number 12863, pendimethalin on dill seed, and project status is under evaluation. By the way, BASF indicated we have an A nomination coming in from North Central Region, but BASF here indicated it will not support. So we have to, if there's anyone from UPL, Sherry, or anyone from UPL, to make a call. Nobody from UPL. Okay. Tony, any thoughts?
I'd say drop it to a B.
Okay. B nomination. Thank you. Crop group 99 now. And we have 15 A nominations. Quickly checking if there are any nominations that are missing. Okay, and we'll start off with 13262, chlorpyroxyphenbenzyl on coffee. The project status is need efficacy and crop safety data. We have A from Southern and Western regions.
Western region would like this as an H, please.
It is an H, okay. 13338, acid chlor. On field pennycress, this one Bayer indicated it will not support, while the nomination came from North Central Region. That's what the current status is. So this one Bayer will not support. Manufacturer, no support from manufacturer. Yeah, thank you. 13143 Dicamba, field pennycress. Project status is under evaluation. Grown in a relay system with soybean. So again, and the nomination came in from North Central Region as an A. So BASF, question for Craig.
Ditto to my comments above on camelina.
Okay.
North Central would like to see if we can push this forward with camelina as well for Dicamba. So an A.
So an A would be, so this, since this is make it researchable. Is that what it is? Yep. All right.
Hey, can you clarify that?
Greg or Craig?
Craig,
Okay.
what was our decision at Dicamba? Call it researchable for the,
No. I did not commit to that. I said, keep it under evaluation. I said, we hadn't talked about dicamba this much. Greg and I will have to maybe talk more about it. Typically there aren't desiccation uses for dicamba. And if this is truly an oil seed, what's the intent then of the commodity? Is it to be fed, exported?
It could have both of those uses. So I'll get you some more info here ASAP. All right. So
okay.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah, this is why I need to keep this one under evaluation.
Yep. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Craig. Give it an A. 13162 dimethylamide, field pennycress. Again, this one is also under evaluation. We received an A from North Central.
We can drop that to a B.
Yep.
Okay, we'll give it a B. 13153 Parmesan, field pennycress. Project researchable, residue and ECS data needed. North Central region nominated for A.
An A for that.
A. PR number 13150, glyphosate, field pennycress. The project status on this one, while the nomination came in from North Central region, Bayer indicated it will not support. So this will not, this is an X on this, no manufacturer, no support. 13150. PR number 13272, Mazatapir, field pennycress. The project status is under evaluation. North Central gave it an A nomination. So this one again, BSF, or is it?
Yeah, it would be a BSF. So again, under evaluation.
Under evaluation. Okay, leave it there. Perfect. So on this one, Tony?
Keep it an A.
Give it an A. Okay. PR 13154, lactofen on field pennycress, researchable, only residue data is needed. North Central, we have an A from North Central.
Also keep an A.
A on this one. PR 13340, pyroxysulfone, field pennycress, project status is potential, efficacy crop safety data before approval for residue study. North Central nominated it for an A.
And drop to a B.
Okay, M on this one, please. 13340, yep, thank you. PR 13349, quinclorac on field pennycress. Project status is under evaluation.
Also drop that to a B.
Drop that to a B. 13066, tolpyrrolate on hemp. We are coming to hemp here. Project status, potential efficacy, crop safety data before approval for residue study.
B. This is Mike. This is both hemps are going to be herbicides will be a B unless there's other discussion.
So this is a M on this one.
Right.
Perfect. Thank you, Mike.
And the next one's a B too.
So next one is a B. Yes, 12840. It's a B. And because it was under evaluation. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
PR number 13282, tiafenacil on hops. Project status is researchable, residue and ECS data needed. We have nomination coming in from Western region as A.
We'd like this as an A, please.
A for this one.
And I do believe there is some efficacy data from Marcelo.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, I think we got some of that in our database, don't we?
13165 SMOC on perennial peanuts. Project status is researchable residue and ACS data needed. We have a nominating region is Southern. Any comments on this one?
Head Venkat, I think we can move this down to a B unless anyone wants to speak for it.
Any objections if we move this to a B? Thank you, Janine. Okay, we come back to the final one. That is PR 13258, Neprapromide on quinoa, and the project status is under evaluation. Anyone from UPL on this one? By the way, this is a orange, as noted. Western region nominated A. Anyone from UPL on this one?
This is Rhonda from the University of Idaho, and I'm the one that nominated this, and we met with our UPL rep several times, and they were supportive of this project, and we have data, crop safety, performance. Why is this an orange? Is maybe Nancy can speak to it, or because I don't think UPL's on this call.
Hey, Rhonda. Yeah, this one is going through the last stages of, well, I guess middle stages of registration review. And right now the dietary risk cup is high, if not overflowing, due to the drinking water levels. Just to let you know where things are, the draft risk assessments were issued in March of this year, and we expect the proposed interim decision to be signed this calendar year. So that should have more information.
So will this use really impact that, the acreage, and then there's basically no drinking water risk where this is being used?
You know, quinoa probably not, but if the risk cup is already over, you know, like if we're already above our level of concern, then that means we wouldn't be able to add in any new uses until that gets resolved.
So can we make it an A and try to get a hold of UPL? Because we met with them and this never came up. So I'm not sure what was going on. We had a breakdown from their company, maybe. I don't know. I'd like to talk to them, see if I can get a hold of someone. This is the only herbicide that we have tested in at Aberdeen with our weed scientist, Pam Hutchison. It's the only herbicide that does not cause crop injury and, you know, or any stunting or anything. So it looks promising. I don't know if Ed Peachy's on this call, but I know Ed's works with quinoa some too, but.
So what we'll do is we'll give it an A, Rhonda, on this round. But I think it's important to understand, it's going to be pretty tricky supporting this orange, especially right. The path is for registration is a little tricky there.
Yeah, I understand that. I just wanted to try to understand better from UPL. So okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. But by Wednesday, I'll take a look at the draft risk assessments and can better characterize what the risks are.
Okay. Thank you, Nancy. Thank you, Rhonda. Well, we have come to the end of the list here. You are probably seeing how many A's and H's we have up there on the screen. Quickly, you want to summarize, Jimmy, before we move to integrated solutions?
Just, I mean, if you have any questions or concerns or comments or anything of that nature, feel free to use the chat function to let me know. Thank you.
Hey, Venkat, this is Michael. Could you remind us how much funding is available for crop safety and efficacy?
Crop safety and efficacy. We have 8 H plus priorities that we can support.
8, okay. Thank you.
8, yep, thank you. So we are at 25 on, and we are just at herbicides, and we are 25 H's, really substantially higher than where we want to be. So we have a lot of work to do. From an ACE perspective, last year, after the first pass, I believe we had 32 A's. From that perspective, we are a little better that we have 26. But I can tell you, I mean, there's going to be a lot of accommodation we need to make come Wednesday.
And Kat, the only thing I would add in is a lot of these A's and H pluses are under evaluation. And if we don't get, a different reply from them, we tend not to fund a residue study unless we get company buy-in. So that may make it very easy.
Right. Good point, Jerry. Thank you. Any other questions before we jump into integrated solutions? We can take just a 5-minute break before we jump into that, but I wanted to make sure that we have answered all the questions you have. Any cues there? Great, thank you, Maddie. We will now dive into integrated solutions for weed science projects. And considering that we had some technical glitches, we are about 10 or 15 minutes behind. That's not so bad. So can we, if perhaps people want a 5-minute break, so can we start at 3:45? Would that be okay, Eastern time?
Sounds good.
Thank you very much, appreciate it. Maddie, if you can put the timer on, yeah, great. And again, we'll start exactly at 3:45. Just leave the lines open. Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. All right, Maddie, we are on.
Yep, we are good to go. Welcome back, everyone.
Okay. My colleagues, Katie, are going to take some notes, and so I'm going to start, hold on for a second, start sharing the screen. Can you see my screen, everyone? Maddie, am I coming through okay?
Yep, looks good.
Perfect, thank you very much, appreciate it. All right, everyone, thank you very much for sticking on and trying to go through this integrated solutions nominations list for weed science. But let me give you a very brief overview, a dashboard overview. I don't want to go into the problem aspect of it, how these are selected. These are the 4 areas Jerry already outlined this morning in his presentation. So with that said, we have in total nominated under these problem categories 62 nominations, which are matching up here. The total projects nominated under insecticide, fungicide, and herbicides. However, a region, you are seeing a higher number here, 69, because a region can nominate a project and another region can nominate the same project, so they add up to be more. But this is just in general, giving you an overview of how the nomination process took place for integrated solutions. And once we have the projects prioritized, by Wednesday, I will have this one, this column as well completed. But just to give you a little bit of where we are from a budgetary standpoint, we have 9 carryover projects from 2021. And I like Roger to quickly give you a very brief overview on the herbicides projects that got carried over from last year to 2022. And the total dollar figure for that carryover from all disciplines is $205,000. We have about 8 projects to select in total from all disciplines. From all 3 disciplines, we have 8 projects. This is our goal, and we have about $233,000 for that. But just to let you know, that's the overall dashboard view. And without delaying any further, I'll kind of ask Roger to kind of go us and discuss a little bit about the carryover projects. Roger?
Sure. Yes, sir. Out of the carryover projects, actually out of the entire integrated solutions last year, herbicides was very small. I've got actually one of these is actually PGR, not necessarily true herbicide, but 4 of my projects will be carrying over next year. The glyphosate resistant weeds at the top, that basically turned into a vision guided sprayer in orchard crops, trying to get a better handle on how we could do good on glyphosate resistance, as well as maybe saving money with spot spraying rather than broadcast bands or wide bands. So that'll be going again next year in New York and New Jersey. Total cost is $20,000 this coming year. The next one down, 390, is screening in cold hardy small fruits is the title of this. Basically, it's edible honeysuckle is the cold hardy fruit we decided to focus on last year. We actually have 3 different treatment lists in this protocol based on whether it's dormant or whether it's a pre-established crop or whether it's a newly established crop. And that Zach Miller's doing that in Montana, $10,000 last year, and he's going to repeat it this year for $10,000 more. And the repeat is basically stems from the fact that our full policy is that any kind of herbicide in herbicide performance trials in perennial crops will be done in the same plots for consecutive years to make sure that we monitor any kind of accumulation or buildup problems. The next 2 down here were funded out of California grant money from Michael Horak's crowd. Both of them are going to happen in 2022. The first one is a true repeat of a new product or new alternative products to a human health issue for the registered product, to see if we can get more uniform bud break in grapes. So that one's going to be repeated next year. The date palm we started last year, and we put it on hold for a while we continue to iron out the treatment list and the approach. But we will initiate that this year and go into the following year after that, because it's a perennial crop as well. So those are the carryover projects from this year for weed science and PGRs for me, integrated solutions.
Any questions? Thank you, Roger. Any questions for Roger? Great, thank you very much. Appreciate it. I'm going to dive into the herbicide weed science projects for integrated solutions now, but just so that you're aware, one of the key things for integrated solutions we want to understand as you're putting the requests are multiple products must be submitted for testing. For performance until now, for food use, for performance testing, it's all about a single AI, and we are trying to understand whether it works or not, if there's a crop safety, or then moving on into the residue area. But whereas for integrated solutions, the path is, think about it, it's a little bit on the front end, in the sense that we're going to do multiple products in here. Multiple products needs to be tested, and 1 or more products are looking good. And based on how the products are performing, and if they're looking good, they can potentially get an easier path into the food use program for residue work. So just bear that in mind, that multiple products must be submitted for the request. And typically a new project, when it is supported, we would like to support, IR4 likes to support it for 2 years on integrated solutions, but it's not a mandatory that every single project that is a new project receives 2-year funding. I mean, we have to look at the data, and if it makes sense to support it the second year based on a case-by-case basis, we're going to be supporting that, okay? All right, with that said, let me, before I start this, Let's see, Maddie, any questions?
No questions so far, but just a reminder, if you do all have questions throughout the integrated solutions portion, please just type Q in the chat and we'll make sure you get a chance to speak.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right, here we dive. Row number 30. That's the first IS project, IS 00370. On the PDF page, it should align with, you look at page number 21. It's a pest problem without solutions. Roger, you want to discuss about this?
Yeah, we actually launched a similar project several years ago before the integrated solutions was formed. And it basically came in as a PPWS herbicide / hemp. We ran 2 years of projects. There's a lot of other reports that we've found and received showing efficacy and crop safety from lots of different products. The problem with hemp is that we're having trouble getting registrants to buy in and commit to going forward with residue work there. So this is basically an official integrated solutions request for the same purpose, to continue screening products and hopefully settle out with a resolution at the end that we can move into residue. One thing this particular project added on was that they want to also investigate tools such as mowing in between the rows and cultivation and maybe some plant spacing, stuff like that. So we may be doing combinations of products and tactics, I guess is what you'd say, if it got a priority. We will probably pull in some of the old successful products for further confirmation to try to convince registrants and there may be 1 or 2 new ones out there that have potential that registrants may support automatically. So that's where we stand with that one. That's a lot of talk. I'm sorry.
Thanks, Roger. So given that we have 2 A's, one from Northeast and Southern region, I'll see. Any thoughts on this one? Any comments?
Yeah, just add in, I believe that's on the Canadian list of priorities as well.
Yeah.
It's similar.
That's fine, but I don't even want to show like.
Is that correct? Someone from Canada, Christine?
Sorry, I keep moving my mic and I struggling. Yes, we have a project on that we're starting next year that was chosen at our priority setting workshop on hemp. It's with clethodim. So it's AAFC 22016. So we are running some residue and some crop tolerance for that.
We had clethodim in the 2018 and 19 trials as well. And it's a graminicide, so it was pretty safe. We're also working right now with the current product, quizalofop, for grass control in hemp.
Okay. Janine or Marilee?
I don't know if Lynn from New York is on the line. If you have anything to contribute to this discussion, please add your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, discussions with Mike Flessner and some other scientists. This is just, kind of critical. It's a growing crop. It's certainly a growing crop in New York, and getting a lot of questions and not having a lot of concrete answers other than generalities to give growers back.
Any other comments? Where should we? Yep.
Sorry, there's certainly support for this probably in every region, but definitely the southern region. I'll suggest we keep it an A for now and keep this discussion going into the next round.
This is Mike Bledsoe, and I second that.
Okay, so it's getting an A. We move on to 398. You can find that on the PDF page, page number 12, crop group 1212B. Any thoughts on this one?
Yeah, this is Michael. Unless someone from the West has more recent knowledge, we'd like to just roll this into 420, 421 down below. I think peach is going to be one that the manufacturer may be looking at. So we'd like to look at stone fruits and pome fruits with this product. But what I will say about fruit thinning is this is a major problem for both stone and pome fruits. Any fruit that is needed to be thinned by hand currently, the cost is becoming prohibitive, finding labor is becoming prohibitive, and the industry has stressed that this is a difficult problem, and some of the products there they would like to see evaluated. So that's why 420 and 421 are on the list. So for 390,
I'm sorry, 420 and 421 are coded as organic.
yeah, I'm not sure how how a seed is viewed.
So it can be, we can under the same, so my suggestion is this, Michael, thank you. And that is, we can, if it makes sense, we can group 398, 420 and 421 together, and we can test a bunch of products, organic and conventional, under the same protocol. I mean, that should not be a problem at all.
Yeah, yes, we'd like to do that. And from the West, we nominate this as an A priority.
Excellent.
So, can I chime in from the Pacific Northwest?
Please go ahead.
The traditional product in conventional pome fruits that was used for thinning was carbaryl. And so, needless to say, finding a replacement for that would be important.
Okay, thanks, Doug.
That doesn't qualify as organic?
I said conventional pome fruit.
Yeah. So if it is okay, I would like to give this an A and give these other two a B so that we don't kind of burn or get confused. Would that work for you, Michael? Make sense?
Sure, as long as in the notes we put that it's a combination of the other two, just so we don't lose track of it in all the discussions.
Right, absolutely.
Just for clarity, what you mean, Michael, is you want a product for fruit thinning on stone fruit, organic and non-organic. You want it above and beyond peach, correct?
Yeah, yes, that's correct.
So it's a hybrid of these two.
So yeah, so we can make, for example, something like this one an A. That worked, Michael.
So,
but we'll capture in the notes that it will be for stone and pome fruits.
Yeah, so what I'm not clear about is a seed fruit thinner considered, that's a conventional material, correct?
Right.
This is Greg Clark from Valent. Yeah, it will not be an organic product.
Yeah, so as long as we can change that organic to, I guess it would fall under PPWS, we're fine with that. Just having your one priority. Thank you, Greg.
Thank you. All right, if there, so we'll capture that we capture that in the notes, and we'll change this to PPWS, and so we have taken care of this. Now I'll move on to 401, and in fact these are basically, again, potentially we can pull these together, the 401 and 402, into what we just did.
Actually, so we're talking about rice, cultivated, white rice. We're also talking about wild rice here. So I think they need to be separate.
Okay. All right, Michael. Both A from Western region. So your comments?
Yeah. Whitney, are you on? Did you want to comment?
Yes, I'm on.
Just a quick comment about each.
Oh, sure. So for the organic rice, I'm looking at trying several different organic herbicides as a stale seedbed, so pre-plant application. And we don't have any herbicides currently registered for use in organic rice. And for the second one, for wild rice, we currently only have carfentrazone as an option. So this would be good to have at least one other herbicide registered. And I did a preliminary greenhouse screening, so I have some candidate herbicides.
Thanks, Whitney. So from the West, we'd like to have both of these as A priorities.
Thank you, Michael. Okay. 410, and it's showing on page number 19. We have a stevia offering. We have received an A from Southern Region.
Yes, this is definitely a big need for stevia growers. I don't know if Katie Jennings is on and wants to speak towards that. Is she available? I do not see her. I'm going to say this is definitely an A for the Southern Region, though.
Okay. Thanks, Janine. Then we have 418.
Cat, before you move on, I think that might not be as critical as you think. We got carfentrazone that the manufacturer is looking for as a burn down and row middle application that's exempt from tolerance. We've got an ongoing study with flumioxazin, both pre-transplant and row middle after transplant. Halosulfuron or Sandia, we've got a package in at EPA now, it may be out now, with post-directed application for nutsedge and other weed control. And there's dual magnum 24C in North Carolina. If I were a Southern weed scientist still, I wouldn't put this as an A.
I think that's all really valuable information, and I think that we should relay that to Katie when she's on the next round. But I know this was a priority she wanted us to consider, and unfortunately she hopped off. But can we please keep this an A until the next round too? And you repeat yourself again with Katie on, Roger. And if she's not there to hear it, then we will.
I can drop her I'll drop an email to her as well.
That would be great. Thank you.
Sure. Thanks, Roger. This one, 418, it's on page number 2, and organic weed control in carrots. We got the A nomination from North Central Region. Also wondering on some of these requests if they are complete, in the sense that are there multiple products that they're requesting for testing. So that'd be my question, Roger.
Other than the Omni approved non-selectives prior to seeding, I can't think of anything.
Okay. Tony, any thoughts?
Yeah, is Sushila still on? Maybe you can comment on your submission here.
Hi, Tony, and hi, everyone. Yes, so this is the project that is like organic grower, carrot organic grower here in Michigan. They don't have anything to, control weeds. Mainly they use this fire to control initially the weeds, but sometime under, due to the environmental condition, they cannot go. Then they always look for an alternative for use of those organic herbicide, and organic herbicides are always, expensive. So their main concern is like what kind of the rate or we can use there, so that we don't have to spend too much money, but at the same time we can get the good weed control, because initially the weed size is very small. So potentially they can go to the lower rate, but they don't have any information regarding that. So I'm interested to evaluate some of OMRI approved product in organic production system to optimize the rates for them.
Okay. You're looking at a couple of Home Plate and Avenger and Axie.
Yeah, these are some of them that I have just mentioned, but I'm interested more of them. So I need to look what are the other OMRI or approved organic herbicides.
All right.
So they're already registered, is what you're saying. You're just sort of modify or refining the system, fine tuning the systems for.
Yeah, fine tuning the system, because that's the main thing is like, they sometimes they say 6%, but since the weeds are really small, so they may not need to have the 6% to use. So by that they can reduce the cost.
Right. So what should we give?
I would like to keep A if.
Yeah, let's keep it an A.
Okay. All right. This is 419 on page 5, post-emergence broadleaf weed control on mung bean. And we have North Central calling it an A.
Yeah, are any of my Iowa people on? Darren? Or...
Yeah, I'm here, and Jean is also here, right, Jean?
Jean and Marty have messaged, so y'all go ahead. Sorry.
All right, so we are basically looking at more of an integrated solutions for mung bean, both from a pre-emergence weed control standpoint as well as post-emergence weed control standpoint. We have proposed to evaluate the three major post-emergence products: bentazone, foamicefalin, and aceflorphin. And in the pre-emergence, we are focusing on trifluridine, pendimethalin, dual, which is S-metolachlor, and dimethenamide. So it's going to be an integrated solutions for a more broad spectrum, broadleaf weed control in mung beans. And understanding that mung beans, I didn't find any product that is currently registered in mung beans per se. While I was at Montana, I have evaluated different other products and got there are other products in dry beans like pinto beans and kidney beans, peas and lentils. But so those products are not currently registered in the mung bean. So that's one of the goals. And understanding that mung bean production is going to grow here in the North Central region. I think more than 100,000 acres right now in Oklahoma State. There are a lot of Iowa's producers who are getting more and more interested in growing mung beans as a plant-based protein source. So definitely, I think there is a great need for developing some of these IWM-based integrated solutions for this.
So Prashant, if I'm hearing you correctly, there are no synthetic or conventional or organic products, or there are no only organic products?
No conventional products.
No conventional products at all. So none of these potential solutions that were identified are registered in mung bean.
Yeah, they are not. They are not registered in mung beans. But if you look at the label, the label says beans. So we we did some testing over the last couple of years here at Iowa State in some of our plant breeding plots because it got infested with all kind of weeds. So we had a pretty good crop safety data, not a full data set, but a good crop safety with bentazone and aceflorphin, which is ultra blazer. So so basically the herbicides that were selected are based on none of them are registered. So we are basically, the label says beans, but not specifically mung beans, because I have seen a lot of differences in the variety sensitivity within the classes of beans.
Okay.
Is mung bean a dry bean?
Hi, this is Arti Singh, and I'm mung bean breeder at Iowa State, and I can answer that question. So mung bean is not categorized in US as dry bean, although it is a pulse and it is a dry bean. And so that is one of the reason why Prashant is leading this effort to get these herbicides labeled for mung bean. And another thing I want to add is, as Prashant said, it's a plant-based protein crop, and they are right now producing mung bean eggs. There's a company called Just Egg in Minnesota, and it has offices in Singapore, Shanghai, California, and there's a lot of demand for producing mung beans in US because right now they are not able to source it from US. They're getting it from China and other Asian countries. So to bring down the cost of this egg, they have to produce it. And as Prashant stated, that we have a lot of problem with herbicide, they are sensitive to a lot of herbicides. So we need to test and label these herbicides for mung beans. So this is what I would like to reiterate, that the project is very, very essential for mung bean production. And there are a lot of producers who are interested. There are like 50 farmers in Kansas. As Deputy Secretary Agriculture reached out to me last year, and there are farmers in Iowa, there are farmers in California, Kansas, Tennessee, and yeah.
Okay, Tony?
Keep it in A.
Keep it in A for now, okay. Thank you. Appreciate it, Arti and Prashant. Right, we'll give it an A. And last one, 422.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you, much appreciated, bye-bye.
Sure. 422, this is a true mitigation project. This is a little bit interesting. Roger, you want to talk about this very briefly?
Yeah, we've got a project in at EPA right now with glyphosate in hops, but I think when we put the package in, the MRL we requested is 0.9 parts per million. And that might not be good when it's going to Europe and other countries with lower MRLs. So, well, if this gets a priority, we'll have to figure out what kind of strategies we can take to reduce the glyphosate residue levels. Longer intervals, less applications, maybe an organic product closer to harvest, that kind of approach. I think Marcelo's got a question also, so he's got some information here.
Roger, Marcelo here. I have been working with the Hop Research Council and other researchers, and we have a plan. We're talking to the manufacturer. We're looking to reduce rates and spraying earlier in the season. We are also starting to do some work on early spring applications before we string. So I think with the planning in mind, we'll definitely have means to use glyphosate and reduce these MRL issues. And just to point it out, right now, the only alternative that we have for post-emergence that will control grasses and broadleaves is paraquat. So glyphosate label is very important. That's why IR4 funded this work back in the day, I think 2015, 2016, I don't remember, before my time with IR4. So now that we have a label expected by this fall, we really need to figure out ways to put into use by reducing the residues.
You know, Marcelo, we have the same issue with the gramoxone and the European Union with residues. And when we actually do residue work with gramoxone, we can treat a hop yard well before bloom, and we still find detectable residues on the cones at harvest. So it's just being carried into the canopy on the dust. And in the EU, their cutoff is, I believe, it's going to be 0.01 parts per million for gramoxone.
I think that's their default for most everything, 0.01.
Right. Doug and Marcelo, thank you. Appreciate that. So here we go.
Well, let me throw one more thing in there and I'll shut up. The residue work we did was like with a 10-day PHI, like 3 sprays, 25 days apart, and 10-day PHI. So we were well closer to harvest with that than your new strategy is going to be. So I think that might be the solution right there. Just move the timing back.
That's correct. And I don't know why it was developed that way, but I think it's most important that we have early applications rather than late applications. So I'm really optimistic we'll get this solved. We just need to get the funding to do the work.
Okay. Michael?
From the West, what I'm hearing, we'd like this as an A.
And I think, Marcelo, this is sort of one of those cases that the hop industry would like to partner with IR4, and the hop industry would likely show up with a bag of money as well.
Looks like we have a cue from Brad. Brad, go ahead and unmute. Brad, do you want to ask your question?
Yeah, I was asking it to myself, apparently. Just a quick comment to Doug's point, the half-life of paraquat in soil is dramatically longer than the half-life of glufosinate on soil. So I think those are fairly different issues in terms of the dust transfer onto the cones.
Okay. I take it, Brad, that's more of a comment than a question, or?
Correct, just a comment.
Yep, thank you. All right, so the interesting thing is, Jerry, I mean, it's amazing. We just completed the whole integrated solutions thing. I mean, we wanted 8 priorities from, and we got all the 8 priorities in weed science itself. So
I've heard worse things, right?
Yeah, so, but I think in all seriousness, when we come to Wednesday, I can tell you definitely all these are not going to fly. I mean, our total for all disciplines, we're sitting at about 8 priorities. So be prepared to take a B on some of these. At the end of the day, there'll be lots of discussion, and if you offer to kind of give up some of yours, and I know these are very important projects, none of these seem, I would not take it any lightly, but at the end of the day, there's only so much amount of resource that's available that we have to kind of take a step back and take some of these off the table. So just kind of prepare yourself that some of these, I mean, at the end of the day, if we cannot come to some sort of an agreement at the end of the day, RFCs, I mean, your regional field coordinators and the biologists will have to make a call on this one. So just be aware, but that's where we are. So any other thoughts or comments on the integrated solution projects? Anything that's unclear? Anything that you need more information?
Venkat, the only thing I would suggest is maybe go back to that stevia, because I don't know if you saw that comment in the that Roger sent out to everyone, that was for organic stevia. And will that still be an A now with the limited number of products available?
Yeah, so yeah, if it's an organic stevia, the first question that I would have is, Roger, I'd like to ask Katie, is, are there any products that she has in mind to test? And if the answer is no, there are no products that are registered and no products to test or would like to explore, and that then we have to start thinking the priority of this project, just kind of putting it out there.
Yeah, she responded to she and I have been emailing, and she responded saying, yes, she's looked at several organic products and conventional products also, but this one's based on organic that I wasn't aware of, so.
Okay, we can move this to organic. So she's saying that there are products available for testing. Is that right? Organic products?
She says she already looked at some of them. So, okay. Yeah, I think so.
Great. All right. Thank you. Any other questions or comments on these herbicide projects, integrated solutions?
Yeah, this is Michael Braverman. About the glufosinate hops. I looked into the study, and it doesn't look like there were any decline studies. So maybe it's just a suggestion. See if there is any data anywhere else that has different pre-harvest intervals as a guide.
And do we know anything like that, Roger, at all? Any decline studies?
I'm sorry, I missed that. What did Michael say?
Are there any decline studies at all that you're aware on hops?
I checked on the work that we did there. There was no decline trial in our package.
Right. That's what I just said. And what I was suggesting was to check whether or not there's any other data, maybe with the manufacturer, if they have any possible residue data somewhere else with a different PHI that might serve as a guide.
Yeah, or maybe in a similar crop, that kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, Roger and Michael, this is Craig. I know that our MRL strategist has actually been talking with the hops group about how to approach this, knowing that the issue with EU is kind of basically a roadblock. So I don't think there's other residue data available, and what Marcelo was talking about, I think that's probably our best bet. Earlier season. The problem is it's not necessarily the active ingredient that's getting in the cones. It's one of the metabolites that translocates through soil up through the plant. So I think that tends to be the issue that we're trying to have difficulty overcoming. But I don't think there's any other hops residue data. But I'll ask our consumer safety folks just to be sure.
Thanks, Craig. Any other comments? Okay. So we will lead the bottom. The plan is, again, come back to the weed science project discussion on Wednesday. We'll do that. I wanted to just check if Van is on the line. Van, do you have any other thoughts from your perspective? Anything else?
Looks like Van might have hopped off.
Popped off. Okay, good. Jerry, from your perspective, anything else before we kind of close the shop for the day?
No, just thank everyone for hanging in there, and come back well rested for tomorrow because we got a long day.
All right. And Maddie, before we sign off, any housekeeping things? We are starting off again we are going to be online available by 10:45. Is that right?
Yep, that's correct. We'll open up the meeting at 10:45 Eastern time tomorrow. I think our system for typing cues in the chat worked really well today, so really appreciate everyone's cooperation this morning or this whole day. But thank you all.
Thank you, Maddie. And again, I personally like to thank you all for taking time to participate and give your valuable inputs, and all that has been very helpful, and we'll continue our discussions, and we'll see you tomorrow. Take care. We'll start off with entomology first thing in the morning. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.